It is Saturday, September the 6th, 1997. This is the scene today outside Buckingham Palace as the attention of millions around the world turns to London and the funeral today of Diana, the Princess of Wales. It is now just after 7 a.m. local time. The funeral procession will begin in about 2 hours, the funeral itself in 4.
Funeral plans have been revised almost daily in an effort to accommodate the tremendous crowds which have descended on London. As many as 6 million mourners are expected to line the streets of London. Officials have lengthened the procession route to 5.5 kilometers, triple the length originally planned. There are huge TV screens set up in parks around London, again to accommodate the crowds.
Welcome to the beginning of 12 hours of continuous coverage this morning on CTV. I'm Dan Mathis.
And I'm Leslie Jones. This morning we will take you across Canada to see how Canadians are coping with the death of the Princess of Wales.
We'll also check in with some of our colleagues across the Atlantic at the BBC to see how Britain is preparing. In about half an hour's time, we'll also check in with Lloyd Robertson and Valerie Pringle, our broadcast team in London. They will be hosting CTV's coverage of the funeral itself.
And here at home, we'll go to the Sky Dome, where thousands are expected to gather, and to Halifax, where a group of women are getting together to watch this momentous funeral. And we will go to the British High Commission in Vancouver. People have been camping there overnight to sign a book of condolences. We will talk with some of them. And as we showed you, huge crowds of people are already gathering in central London for the funeral procession and the ceremony. The service will be held at the venerated Westminster Abbey. Simon McCoy of Sky TV is outside the Abbey, and he has more on the scene there this morning.
It's the most somber scene one could possibly imagine. If we have a look to the crowds on my right here, looking up towards Parliament Square, thousands upon thousands of people, and it is the most eerie silence as you walk through the streets of London. Very different from anything I've ever seen before. And of course, one remembers royal weddings, particularly in 1986, the royal wedding here at Westminster Abbey, where the same number of crowds, but an absolutely, totally different feel. Everybody here having private thoughts, thinking of Diana, Princess of Wales, in the way they want to remember her. And I think particularly the feeling that I'm getting this morning, people for the first time last night, I think, realized that she's gone, that Diana, Princess of Wales, is not going to be amongst them today in the way that they remember her. And I think that is the mood this morning, a somber mood, one where I think this week's events, everything that's happened, it's all beginning to sink in. And already there are tears on the streets of London this morning, and I've seen this morning many people I remember from the days when she was alive. They used to stand outside various places in the capital here, waiting just for a glimpse of her happier times, happier days, and they've come today just to say a very personal farewell. And as you can see there, the flowers that have been placed outside the Abbey, personal tributes to someone that I've never seen anything like this before, just someone everybody loved in their own very special way. There were many charities that she worked for, all of whom are going to be represented here in various ways. Some of the charity bosses, the ones that she spent hours with, and also some of those who were helped by the charities, the people that she got to know. They're all going to be here at the service. Others attending, well, we know the order of service. Let's not forget what today is about. It is a funeral. It is a very personal occasion for the family, and it's a very personal occasion for everybody here. It is a religious service. It starts with the reading from St. John, I am the resurrection, I am the life. And then through the service, we'll get a feel of what Diana was about. We're going to see Elton John playing that rewritten version of Candle in the Wind. We're going to hear Verdi's Requiem. We're going to hear I Vow to Thee My Country, Diana's favourite hymn. And I think for everybody at some stage in the service, there's going to be something that's going to be very, very personal. I think that's what today is about. And certainly for everybody that I've been talking to in the crowd, they've got their very own ideas of what they're going to be thinking about as that cortege passes by them today and arrives at the Abbey behind me. And for everybody, very different, very personal, very tragic thoughts about a life that was cut short so early when it promised so much.
Simon McCoy of Sky TV. Now just to take you over some of the events we expect to transpire in the next several hours. If you're just joining the coverage, Diana's body, which had lain at St. James Palace throughout the week, has been moved to Kensington, her home in the city, And from there, at about 9 o'clock local time, 4:08 Eastern Daylight Time, the coffin will leave Kensington, accompanied by a color guard of Welsh Guards, and begin what may be about a 2-hour procession to Westminster Abbey.
And once the doors open at Westminster, invited guests will be invited in. You know, there are about 500 people who were recipients of Diana's various charitable works. They will be sitting in the Abbey. VIPs then arrive at 5:15 Eastern Time. And at 5:26, 5 representatives from each of the 110 charitable organizations will join the procession.
The Spencer family arrives at about 5:35, the royal family after that, and then the most senior members, including the Queen, just a few moments before 11 a.m. local time, which is when the funeral will begin, with God Save the Queen. And then certainly that is promising to be a very solemn occasion. Members of Diana's family, her sisters and brother, will speak. The Prime Minister will also speak, and it should be a very emotional moment when we hear from Elton John.
And those who remember watching the royal wedding in 1980 may remember the hymn that started that service. The same hymn is starting the funeral service today. We'll now take you to the BBC, where they will take us through a route of the funeral procession.
Diana's final journey begins at Kensington Palace. Her coffin, placed on a gun carriage by 8 Welsh Guards, will pass through the gates to begin the procession to Westminster Abbey, a journey lasting an hour and 47 minutes. In silence, it'll pass through Hyde Park, along Carriage Drive, past Hyde Park Corner and under Wellington Arch. More than 500 representatives of the charities associated with the Princess will be waiting in Marlborough Road, near St James's Palace. Prince Charles and possibly Princes William and Harry will also join here. Then for the final mile to the Abbey via Horse Guards Parade, Whitehall and Parliament Square. The funeral service is expected to last around 3/4 of an hour. Afterwards, Diana's coffin will be placed in a hearse for the 77-mile journey to Althorp, retracing its path before heading through North London to the M1 motorway, bound for the Princess's final resting place. Newly consecrated ground on a small island on the Spencer family estate.
The outpouring of sorrow in Britain this week has certainly been overwhelming, catching many people by surprise, including members of the royal family. Seas of flowers have built up outside royal residences. People are waiting in line all day to sign books of condolences and to pass on their private thoughts and feelings. CTV reporter Roger Smith talked with some of the thousands of people drawn to St. James Palace.
In the past week, there have been millions of words written and spoken about Diana all over the world, but none of them more heartfelt than those of the people who've come here to St. James Palace, where Diana's body lay in the royal chapel. This has become a sort of focal point of a nation's grief, emotions spilling over, none of that usual British reserve. Many of these people have come from miles away, some have even come from abroad, and they've all waited for up to 12 hours to pay a final tribute to Diana. We asked them, what was it about Diana that brought you here? And what exactly are you writing in the books of condolence?
I'm a Canadian living in Wales, and I came here today because I felt that Princess Diana was truly unappreciated by the royal family. And I felt that she gave so much to the world, and that she is a role model that I would have liked my daughters to look up to.
I've memorised a poem that I actually got from my mum, and it goes, if roses grow in heaven, Lord, pick a bunch for me, place them in Diana's arms and tell her they're from me.
I think it's the depth of feeling that has overwhelmed us all, especially the flowers and the cards in Kensington Palace. Really is astonishing.
She was just something that everybody could admire in some way, especially for women. I think she was a real figure for women. All women could identify with her, and also that when she felt like she had no attention, no one loved her, look how many people really did love her.
I wrote, earth has become a poorer place with your loss, and heaven has become all the richer. Now you have taken your place among the angels.
What did you in the end write to Princess Diana?
Just that she'll be sorely missed. She was just a truly wonderful person. It's just so tragic.
If 5 or 10% of the people from here go away and put their sadness into something positive, I think something positive will come in the future all over the world.
What did you write in the book?
I wrote a poem to William and Harry. I'm very sorry that your mother is dead. I wish she didn't die and stayed alive instead. She went to lots of places, like Africa and some more, and helped them when they were ill and also when they were poor. She will always be remembered forever and ever and ever.
Dearest Princess Diana, by your love, compassion, kindness, generosity, inner strength, and beauty, you have showed us all what life on earth is all about, to love and care for each other. I'm sorry. I love and admire you so much and will miss you terribly. I hope to see you in heaven someday.
Dearest Princess Diana, Queen of our hearts, when our dear Lord made you, you were someone very special, so beautiful, loving and caring. Though life dealt you short, you shone through and gave to others. How wonderful was your love for William and Harry, for whom our hearts ache. We pray that they inherit your strength and love and learn when they need to cry.
She didn't seem to be, nose in the air. Nobody was below her. She spoke to anybody and everybody. And this is what's made us so sad, I think, because, she's an important person and she was treated badly, I think.
To the brightest light in all our lives, your beauty, kindness, warmth and compassion provide an inspiration to all. And we pray that your memory shines on the hearts of your 2 boys. We will always love you, Diana. Rest in peace.
I hope that she's looking down on her sons and that she's going to guide them, because they're going to be hurt for such a long time.
We hope the tremendous love that their mother showed the world and the compassion she showed would live in their hearts, and that they would remember it, and that they, like she, would follow what they felt was right within their hearts, which sometimes isn't always what the British royal tradition may be.
We all love you, Diana. Our thoughts will always be with you and your 2 wonderful sons, William and Harry. God bless you, my Princess Diana. With all my greatest heartfelt sympathy, Samina Butt.
What did you finally write? What did you say to her?
It was just a personal message to say how much she meant to us all and how much we're going to miss her, and really just thanking her for being the princess that she was, the lovely person that she was.
She was taken away so tragically, and that she'd always stay in our hearts forever. It's very sad.
I said it's hard just to write one thing about her. She did so much, and you feel you could write 2 or 3 pages. You just can't express in a few words what she meant, what she achieved, and the great loss.
The grief, of course, isn't restricted to Britain. Across Canada, people are getting up early or staying up late so they can be part of this sad occasion. On the East Coast, in Halifax, a group of Dalhousie University students decided to gather together to watch the funeral, and CTV's Ben Chin is with them.
Yeah, thanks, Leslie. These students here have been good enough to let us join them today as they watch this. Roseanne, let me start with you. That was quite moving, listening to some of those statements and the emotions that were pouring out from those people.
Yes, that's right. I think that we're all pretty shocked when we heard on late Wednesday morning, early Thursday morning, actually. It was just like a big shock. It was very surreal.
Do you recall, you're in 3rd year now of the university. Do you recall when it was that you first sort of, Diana came into your consciousness and you understood who she was?
Yeah, I remember her wedding. I think I was probably about 5 or 6 years old. And it was just like a big fairy tale wedding. We all remembered her big long train and her dress and the amazing wedding that went on. And I also remember that my grandmother always had royal family books on hand that I looked at every time that I went to her house. So.
And now to be sitting here watching this, I wonder, Princess Diana has touched so many people throughout the world, old and young, men and women. But I wonder if there's a special relationship for young women in the 90s, looking at the type of person that she was. Jill, I'll ask you about that.
Yeah, I think there was, just because she overcame so much with her bulimia and stuff, and just overcoming all the stereotypes that you would think that a monarchy, like just what they should act like. She just overcame all that. She reached out. She really touched the people.
I wonder if you have any thoughts on that, Erin.
Well, she touched so many people in the hospitals that nobody else really cared about. Also, she had so many problems of her own. She overcame a lot of obstacles, and she always had that shy smile on her face that said that she was all put together.
Do you think that that was sort of a point of contact for you, growing up, going through changes in life, going through crises, small crises, or whatever they may have been, that this was not a woman who was living in a fairy tale castle with a fairy tale life?
Definitely, it wasn't a fairy tale life. She had a lot of problems, a lot of obstacles, and unfortunately she had to go through this. She also had a lot of pressure from the monarchy, I believe. And since she was able to overcome it, we are able to overcome it.
Yeah, that connection must be a fairly strong one. Michelle, what do you think is the lasting legacy of Princess Diana? Is it the glamour, the impact she made in the world, or is it the personal life struggles that she had and the challenges that she overcame?
I think it's the challenges that she overcame, and that's what makes her death so tragic. It seems like finally she overcame all the stereotypes that the monarchy placed on her, and everyone realized that she really was a good person, and to have her die after it seems she overcame everything really makes the death more tragic.
I'm going to move over this way a little bit, because I noticed the two of you were, it was quite emotional watching how much Princess Diana meant to some of the people who have been waiting in line and writing poetry to her. How were you moved by that?
I think it's just that it seems like she's just beginning to become happy, and she's she just lost it all, and she's just such a wonderful person in the sense that she gave so much and asked for so little from everyone, and it was just so tragic that she had to die.
Can you make any sense of this death at all? I mean, it's such a random, unexplainable, and at least till now, unexplained circumstances.
It's unbelievable. I can't believe that it happened to her. It's shocking. That's really it.
Okay, thanks very much. Well, we'll continue to be discussing this as we watch the program, but for now, we'll go back to you in Toronto, Dan.
Thanks very much, Ben. It's remarkable how many Canadians have been truly affected by the loss of Diana. Flags right across this country are flying at half-staff on office buildings and schools and factories, not because of protocol, but because the public and the people demanded it. You may recall that in Ottawa, the Prime Minister ordered flags at the Peace Tower and Rideau Hall at half-staff, but he has since ordered flags at all federal buildings to fly low. He and Aileen will be attending a memorial service tomorrow in Ottawa, and the man representing Canada in London at the funeral later today is Foreign Affairs Minister Lloyd Axworthy. There will be a huge gathering in basically what is overnight in Toronto, a very public gathering. The city stadium has been open for people who want to watch the funeral, open free of charge on the gigantic Jumbotron video screen. The stadium seats more than 50,000 people, and CTV's Lisa Laflamme is at the Sky Dome. Lisa, the doors don't open there for more than an hour. Have people begun gathering yet?
Absolutely. There's a sizable crowd here already, Dan. In fact, a lot of them arrived as early as 6 o'clock last night. They all seem to need to feel some kind of connection with the events happening thousands of miles away in London at the funeral. And one of the people here tonight is Robert Baker from outside of Toronto. Give me some idea of the impact of Diana's funeral, Diana's death, on your week.
I've been so distracted. I haven't known what to do.
How is it that she's had this kind of impact on you?
I don't know. I think everybody says she's an angel now, but I think she was an angel before when she was alive. So.
Now, you were writing a letter to your mother. In Halifax, we saw people writing poetry. You were writing a letter to your mother in Belleville. Mm-hmm. You made an interesting analogy in that letter about how you felt this week about Diana's death. Tell us about that.
referring to the bus. I was riding a bus, and I just got off the bus and realized later, after a few minutes being off, that I was even off the bus in the first place, and it wasn't even my stop.
And you compared it to a very dramatic event here in Canada that all Canadians still hold very dear to their heart.
Terry Fox. I've had a number of friends pass away, but this is only the second time I've been this grief-stricken. Terry Fox, I watched him every day on the news, and I paid attention to Diana's life too.
And why did you feel you needed to come here and in a public forum express your grief?
I thought about watching it at home and TV, comforts of home and all that, but I had to come down and show my public support.
Okay, thank you very much, Robert, for joining us. Also here tonight is Lillian and Kay. They're from the Midlands in England. Now, you were here on a holiday. Tell me a little bit about how you heard the news and how it affected you.
Well, we came over last Friday to visit my son who lives here in Mississauga, and we'd been out for the evening, and when we arrived back we received a phone call to tell us of the news, and waited up all night then to hear about Diana.
How did you feel when you heard that news? What was happening back home?
Absolutely devastated. I've never felt so devastated in all my life.
And why did you come here tonight to the Sky Dome?
Well, I need to feel the emotion of the people and to be able to grieve, and this is the best way I can find to do it.
What's your reaction to what you've seen, Torontonians, and the way they're grieving the death of Diana?
Been very impressed with how everyone feels and has shown how they felt.
Okay, thank you for joining us. As you can see, there's a lot of emotion here at the Sky Dome. Doors don't open till 3:30, but again, as I said, a sizable crowd ready, jockeying for position in line. Back to you.
Thank you, Lisa. There are, of course, cynics and skeptics, and Diana had her critics, most of whom are silent right now, because what is undeniable is that this woman had a dramatic effect on millions of people's lives. And it's very difficult at this point in time to guess what the numbers are going to be of what's going to happen today. Officials in London think maybe as many as 6 million people will line the procession route.
And these are fresh pictures from London this morning outside Buckingham Palace. People have already gathered and are lining the parade route. It's, 10 deep already.
People have been camping out for the last 48 hours. British Airways reports that flights into London from Germany, from France, from the Netherlands, from the United States, there have been thousands of late tickets sold. These flights are virtually booked solid as people are moving into the city to be a part of this occasion. And of course, one of the big events over the last 12 hours was over the last 24 hours rather, was the address by the Queen yesterday.
And that seems to have mollified the crowds. Over the past number of days, crowds in London have been very upset with the royal family for being aloof, for being distant, not explaining to British people how they felt about the death of Diana. The Queen took to the airwaves yesterday live, which was a very significant event. She's done that rarely, to tell people that she cared for Diana, that she respected her and admired her in good times and bad. Diana always had a smile and always did the best for people.
The address was very regal and belied very little emotion, but as analysts have suggested after the fact, the Queen was really in a very difficult position. If she had said she loved Diana or even liked her, people would have not believed her. If she had shed tears, they may have been suspected crocodile tears. But she spoke about Diana's good points and how the royal family respected her for how she behaved, how she cared about people, and how she cared for her children. And she said something that struck me, I thought, as being particularly human, and I'm quoting now, when she said, "We have all been trying in our different ways to cope. It is not easy to express a sense of loss," which is what the royal family was being criticized for, not expressing anything, "since the initial shock is often succeeded by a mixture of other feelings, disbelief, incomprehension, anger, and concern for those who remain."
And of course, they've been most concerned about Diana's sons, Prince William and Prince Harry, and protecting them. Prince William and Prince Harry did a walkabout outside Kensington Palace yesterday, greeting the crowds, accepting their flowers, laying them at the gates of Kensington Palace, and that seems to have mollified everyone.
In about an hour and a half, the procession will begin. We still do not know if Prince William, Prince Harry or Prince Charles will be a part of that procession leading up to Westminster Abbey. After the funeral, Diana's body will be taken north of the city to the family estate at Ultrup, and we have this report now from David Crabtree about the Spencer family estate.
After a day of public grieving, Princess Diana will be finally laid to rest in a very private ceremony in a very special location. This tiny idyllic island in the middle of a lake on the Spencer estate is a place Diana loved to visit as a child. For more than 100 years, members of the Spencer family and senior royals have planted rare trees here. Princes Harry and William have recently planted oak trees.
If it means that the general public will have more access to her burial position, then I think, yes, it is a good thing.
Just so that everyone's not going to be, using it as something to keep going and looking at, and, it should be private, so the boys can go and see it on their own as well, can't they?
Earl Spencer has said the grave will be open to the public on a number of weeks a year, and he's considering plans for a permanent memorial outside the walls of the estate. Diana was to be buried in the church at Great Brington, which is adjacent to the estate. 20 generations of the Spencer family have been laid to rest in the family vault. But Princess Diana's family feared it would become a shrine and destroy the quiet village atmosphere. Locals have breathed a sigh of relief. The people of Northamptonshire are now preparing themselves to witness the homecoming of their princess in the most tragic of circumstances.
I want to be able to pay my last respects. I want to be close to Lady Diana. She meant the world to everybody.
This is our way of expressing how much deepness we feel for Lady Diana. And we're so pleased that she's coming home.
One mourner said that this is where the fairy tale ends, but the story will be told forever.
And joining us now here in the studio is John Amers. John is the chair of the Monarchist League of Canada, and he will be with us throughout this morning's coverage. Hi, John.
Leslie.
John, what did you think of the Queen's address yesterday?
Terrific. I thought it was just what was needed. It clearly gave the crowds a sense that the monarch had connected with them. I'm sure she always had, and I think the Queen made an important plea for tolerance and understanding. That her first concern was her grandchildren, as we would expect.
Why did she have to be pushed so hard to do this? They seem to be reacting to events, never taking the initiative.
I think that the media is suggesting that, but Leslie, in fact, the Queen is an intensely private person, and I think anyone can think of a grandmother being in that position, wanting, first of all, to look after her son and her grandchildren. It's not in the nature of the Queen to show public emotion. That's her whole lifetime of training. I think we perhaps have to respect that. Diana, after all, taught us to celebrate differences in people.
Is it the media, or is it the crowds in London? On the streets, that is the one refrain you heard over and over and over again. Where is she? She's not here. She needs to speak to us.
I think that the week was driven by an emotional roller coaster. The long distance between the tragic events last Saturday night and the funeral later this morning. First of all, we had the focus on the paparazzi. Then it shifted to the allegedly drunk driver. And then what the next target was the alleged indifference of the royal family. I think the walkabouts today in the speech probably
Now, John, to be fair to the Queen, though, she was really following protocol. I mean, she didn't do anything that wasn't expected, but as Leslie says, it was the people, as in this country, the people dictated change.
Right, and the whole business, for instance, of the flag over the palace, people don't generally understand the minutiae of protocol. So it was right, I think, for the Queen to make the decision, uniquely today, that the Union flag will fly at half-staff over the palace, a unique tribute, along with draping Diana's casket with the royal standard, even though she wasn't technically a member of the royal family.
If you're just joining us, that's not all that happened yesterday. Princess Di's body was taken from St. James Palace, where it has lain all week, to Kensington, which was her home. And thousands line the streets. This would be yesterday evening in London to watch as the coffin was moved. Prince Charles and Princes William and Harry visited the Chapel Royal to view the coffin shortly before it began its 15-minute journey by hearse. The coffin draped in a royal standard, crowned with a simple bouquet of white lilies.
crowds of people gathered. It was such a poignant reminder of the wedding scene in 1981, Dan, when there were masses of people. And here we have the flowers.
Look at the masses of flowers. Unbelievable. In fact, police are estimating there are maybe 1 million bouquets outside Kensington Palace.
I heard today, Leslie, that there's a shortage of flowers in Great Britain.
Yes.
The demand for tributes has been so great.
One of the things that happened yesterday, too, during the royal walkabout, is that someone touched the Queen. A woman reached out and touched the Queen and told her to look after the grandchildren.
And several times I noticed the Queen actually reaching into the crowd, which is so unusual for her. And did you notice, Dan, that the crowd calling out to the boys, too, to the young princes, William, William, Harry, Harry, the need to make that connection. So obviously profound as a tribute to their mother.
And for the boys, this was really the first time that they had, or one of the first times that they had been out in a formal setting before the media. Looked not so comfortable. And I guess they'll be expecting a lot more of that.
But amazingly poised, this poignant scene of young Harry in his dark suit, very carefully laying the flowers. There's William laying some flowers, and the crowd showing their appreciation, obviously, for the courage of these young men.
John, what do you think it was about Princess Diana that has provoked this incredible reaction? It's almost a hysteria.
It is. It's an emotional reaction. I think it begins with the fact that Diana touched individuals. She moved beyond the bounds of royal protocol and the general round of royal duties to touch out individuals who were in need. She, out of her own pain, she dealt with the pain of others. And here we see Prince William, looking so much like his mother in some ways, with that wonderful smile. What courage! A young man who's lost his mother, what, 4 or 5 days ago?
Yeah.
And Mohammed Al Fayed, of course, the Queen very graciously yesterday talked about the other victims of the car crash.
Indeed, and we shouldn't forget there were 2 other deaths, and the security guard, of course, extremely seriously injured. Mr. Al Fayed talking to the crowd. I'm not sure where this is.
This is outside Harrods.
I understand Harrods, along with most of the major stores in London today, closed for the day, Leslie.
You know, John, you were talking about Diana reaching out to people and touching them individually, and that being part of her appeal. She really did take on almost lost causes. She took on the cause of AIDS and people with AIDS when that was not popular. She really did.
Well, she reached out again. She shook hands. She hugged people who dispelled some of the myths about AIDS, about leprosy. And then most recently, her cause of the unexploded landmines around the world made a terrific impact. And when you have tough, seasoned politicians remarking on how she made a difference, probably leading to the adoption of this international convention.
Do you think maybe part of it is the fact that I think many of us feel we watched her grow up and become a royal on television? She wasn't a royal from birth. She wasn't taught how to behave in public from birth. She was a shy little nursery school teacher who always seemed a little kind of taken aback by all the attention. And I think people's hearts went out to her from the very moment we first met her.
Absolutely,
publicly.
And we saw the shy eyed with the eyes somewhat cast down and the embarrassed look, and suddenly she just developed this confidence, the decision, I think, to make causes of people her own.
And charities themselves say she'll, of course, be missed for the funds she raised, but more importantly, for giving the attention to issues. Absolutely. She managed to make causes that were nowhere and nobody wanted to touch front and center.
That's right, and she connected with people at each place publicly, but also her private good works are now coming out.
Going to the hospital, for instance.
10 times to visit this, I think, little girl with leukemia, offering to do the family's laundry if that helped out. Now, that's an extraordinary act that, we haven't expected.
And this was in private. Nobody until the last week knew about, or very few people knew about these trips to London hospitals in the middle of the night.
And it was valuable also to the upbringing of her sons. I mean, she gave them not only the ability to be normal, quote-unquote, teenagers, let them wear baseball caps and jeans, go to water parks and so on. But she took them sometimes, especially Prince William, on her midnight visits to some of the homeless, took them to hospital wards, gave them a perspective on a broad range of William's future subjects.
And people, I think, all over the world were impressed with her very apparent sincerity. I remember hearing the story this week, June Caldwood told us about Casey House, and when the princess came to Canada and she visited Casey House, and she had really just become active in supporting AIDS research and heightening awareness. And they were worried about how she would react when she actually saw people who were very, very ill. They weren't just HIV positive, these were AIDS patients, and some of them were very ill. And so they took one volunteer from the house who said he would meet the princess, and they warned her. And when she sat down to speak with the gentleman, he was in a wheelchair, she was in a chair, she took her chair and pushed it ever so much closer to the patient.
That's right, she always went to the position
of the person. And
that
that just won everyone.
Well, June Caldwell had said that she was prepared for meeting a lovely young woman who was a good mother, but she wasn't prepared to meet someone who had such deep feelings and such a heart, and was so surprised.
And born
by
out
that.
of her own pain, you know. I mean, she was the victim of a divorce in her childhood. She has spoken about how much she suffered. And I think we can see throughout Diana's life this metaphor of transforming personal pain into helping others, rather than simply putting it inward and regretting the circumstances of her life. And that's why so many people admired her, because after all of us have had difficult circumstances in our life, and we know how difficult it is to get out and to do something positive.
Well, as people in London at the homeless shelter that she supported said, she's given us hope. There's reason to get up in the morning.
That's right, and Diana always had that wonderful positive look. Whatever was going on in her life, you'd see her come out into a crowd to make a speech, and she had a wonderful smile. The few times I met her here in Toronto, I never ceased to be amazed. She'd come off a transatlantic flight looking tired, and the first child she'd meet, I remember seeing her meet the Ray, then Premier Bob Ray's children, and her face lit up, and she got right down to their level and engaged in the most animated conversation. Clearly, children, people who were without the normal bounds of sort of royal contact, energized her.
John, let me ask you about the procession, which will take place in about an hour and 25 minutes from Kensington to the Abbey. We know the color guard is military from the Welsh Guards and the Royal Artillery. It will be led by a war hero, and at the foot will be another war hero, decorated military people. But there's been a lot of speculation about the princes, whether or not they would walk with their mother's body. Should this happen?
I think it's such an intensely personal decision, Dan. The speculation that I've heard most recently today is that maybe Prince William will walk the last part of the route, the original route from St. James's Palace to Westminster Abbey. The whole route, they think, is nearly 3 times longer than the original route. Might be long for anyone to walk, especially in such a difficult occasion.
I can't imagine him doing that. He has said that it's very much his idea, that he wants to do that. A way to pay tribute to his mother, but I just can't imagine what kind of pressure that would be.
And at the same time, he'll be surrounded, as I think he must have felt today, by the love of people. Yeah. I mean, the affections of Britons right now, and I'm sure of the world, are turned on William as the successor to his mother. And a beneficiary of that, of course, is Charles, for whom I think people are feeling sympathy for how he's had to behave impeccably over the last week.
Thanks, John. Mourners began to gather on the curbsides in London as early as Thursday, staking out a good location to take in the procession. Earlier this morning, very early this morning, CTV reporter Donna Friesen went out to talk to some of the people who were camped out on the cold concrete for the somber event.
I'm here outside Westminster Abbey, where people have been waiting for hours, camped out, in fact. Many people have spent the night here. They're fairly well prepared. Many have sleeping bags and tents and umbrellas protecting themselves from the rain. It did rain earlier, but that did nothing to make a difference here, to change the sort of sense of solemnity and the occasion, the desire for people to be here. I wanted to talk to a couple of the people. Hi, can I ask you why you came out today?
We wanted to pay our last respects, and we felt we needed to be close, so we came here today.
Does it surprise you, the level of emotion that you've seen in the last week in this country?
Yes, I expected some, but nothing like this. It's been unbelievable.
Thank you. Hi there. How long have you been waiting here?
Oh, since about 6. That's about 5, 6 hours.
And what compelled you to sit here on the pavement all night waiting?
It's just something the British would do, and I felt that I just had to do it. I just wanted to be here to show my last respects.
Did it surprise you, the outpouring of emotion and grief that people in this country have shown?
No, not at all. I don't think people realised just how well liked I was.
by the ordinary people, because she was an ordinary people's princess. But this isn't a country that normally pours out its heart, is it? In such an obvious way?
No, people tend to keep their emotions like inside and don't show them, but I think she helped for people to express how they felt, because she hugged and kissed people and said show your emotions, so perhaps people will come to terms with it easier by being here and showing their emotions rather than holding it all in.
Thank you. Thanks. You're here with a sleeping bag and you're reading Diana's one of the biographies, is that right?
That's right. Yes, I bought the sleeping bag today.
Did you? Why did you feel compelled to be here?
I think we're honoured to be here, really. I think we're very lucky to be able to just come up in here and do, but I actually feel that we need to show the nation and everybody in the world what a lovely person she was. So I wouldn't do this for anybody else, that's for sure. I've queued for 8 hours today to sign her commemoration book, and I'm going to sit here all night.
And what about you? Does it surprise you at all how many people have been drawn here and shown so much emotion?
Not at all. No, if one with the shock when we heard on Sunday morning, I think most people I spoke to sort of either sat in a chair or laid on the bed and watched it, and everything came to a standstill. And I don't know if London's going to be able to hold everybody, to be honest. It's just getting more and more and more.
Thank you. That gives you some sense of the atmosphere here in the hours before the funeral.
Thank you very much, Donna Friesen. As we have heard again and again, people are waiting half a day in some cases to sign the books of condolence at the royal family's palaces and estates, at British embassies here in Canada and around the world. But there's also a fast, easy way for the public to pass on its sorrow about the sudden death of Diana, thanks to the internet. CTV's Mark Schneider has details about this.
At Rideau Hall in Ottawa, visitors continued to line up earlier this evening to sign the official book of condolence. Thousands have already made this pilgrimage to the residence of the monarchy's official representative in Canada, the Governor General. For all of those who cannot get to Ottawa before the official book there is closed and sent off to the United Kingdom, there is another official book that is as close as the nearest computer with an internet connection. This is the electronic book of condolence set up by the Governor General of Canada. The messages are coming in at a furious pace, over 400 messages each hour, 15,000 heartfelt missives so far since the terrible accident. Epistles swelled with sadness and reverence like this one. A piece of my heart has crumbled, turned to dust, and blown away. I can never replace its value. I shall never forget its shine, and I shall always, always remember its love. And all of this, just a mote of dust in the storm of words blowing all across cyberspace. Everywhere, personal web pages springing up, images of Diana purloined from court photographers, and some, no doubt, the work of the paparazzi. Words failed some, so they turned to poets like Emily Dickinson. If I can stop one heart from breaking, I shall not live in vain. If I can ease one life the aching, or cool one pain, or help one fainting robin unto his nest again, I shall not live in vain. It is impossible to measure the enormous amount of traffic generated by this one sad death. But without a doubt, this moment marks an important transition of the internet from a toy for people's entertainment to a conduit for the transmission of one human emotion worldwide: grief. And there is no sign it will let up anytime soon. Virtual worlds are under construction. Vast digital monuments to the memory of Diana, Princess of Wales, where real visitors controlling digital bodies bow at her shrine and whisper quietly to one another. From all over the world, From families in Texas to individuals in First Nation villages and government workers in Canada's capital, they have all come here as citizens united in sorrow. In Vancouver, I'm Mark Schneider.
Preparations are continuing in London, obviously enough. The procession will begin at 9 a.m. local time. The funeral at Westminster Abbey at 11 a.m. local time. The funeral is expected to take just about an hour, and then Diana's body will be transported north of the city to the family
Do you know what
Spencer
we're
estate.
seeing here, John?
This must be shots of Westminster Abbey,
okay.
Built by Edward the Confessor, Saint and King, 1066. The site of the coronation of William I, added to over the years, originally a Benedictine monastery, and the site, of course, of the coronations of kings and queens for the last nearly millennium, Leslie.
The funeral service itself this morning is going to be quite interesting because it's a blend of tradition and sort of a more modern approach, reflecting, I guess, what Diana was,
yes,
the kind of person she was.
Of traditional royal ceremonial with Diana's particular interests. So we have, I noticed, prayers in a contemporary mode. The Archbishop of Canterbury will be using you for God rather than thee. We have some of Diana's favorite hymns, I understand. One poignant one, I Vow to Thee My Country, a poem written just at the end of the First World War.
And that, of course, was the first hymn played at her wedding.
Indeed, in 1981, I Vow to Thee My Country, all earthly things above. It talks about love of God and love of country. Very appropriate for Diana, who had a deep faith, something not often appreciated.
Who all will be allowed in the Abbey? Who is there?
I understand a very deliberate attempt has been made to limit the number of politicians. There will be former prime ministers of Great Britain, Sir Edward Heath, Baroness Thatcher, and other than that, and members of the royal family, a real effort to have members of the different associations which Diana gave her patronage to.
And it was apparently Tony Blair, the Prime Minister of Britain, who gave the palace the kind of authority to proceed with that. They were unsure about how to handle the funeral. He acted as the intermediary between the Spencer family and the royal family, and he said, no, you don't have to invite all the dignitaries and the VIPs. You can reflect who Diana was in this funeral.
Tony Blair has really helped steer the royal family through these very uncharted waters, and I think the service reflects his influence. He's going to be reading from the scriptures, the famous passage from St. Paul on faith, hope, and charity that so many of our viewers will know.
Now, John, the analysts tell us that the signs may be small, but they should not be underestimated, that the royal family is, in fact, reacting out of the norm, the way real people would do. And they mentioned three particular things. The decision to return to London earlier than planned is in fact momentous for the royal family to do. Her own walkabout, and of course her televised speech. All these things are indications that the royal family is trying to be responsive.
I think so, Dan, and I understand that it was the Prince of Wales, Prince Charles, who on Wednesday night had a serious discussion with his mother, the Queen, and urged her to help him form this plan whereby members of the royal family would, as you say, come back to London early. It began yesterday with Prince Edward and the Duke of York, his brothers, mingling with the crowds. I think there was the feeling that it wasn't enough to say that we were a family in mourning. I think people respect that now, but people felt the need to reach out and touch and see members of the royal family grieving. And you know, that speaks to the fact that monarchy is a very personal institution. I think many Canadians, many people throughout the Commonwealth feel that members of the royal family are members of an extended human family and that individuals count as a result. And so that personal contact, including the extraordinary scene of the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh outside the palace, for the first time, I understand, since the end of the war, that a reigning monarch has done a walkabout, so to speak, there.
And do you think her speech yesterday accomplished what it needed to?
I think it did, Leslie. You know, it was the blend of motherly and grandmotherly concern, speaking very personally. The Queen seldom uses the first person pronoun. She said, I speak to you as your Queen and as a mother. And I think that enormously affected people, and especially since she did it live, something the Queen isn't normally comfortable with that backdrop, the Queen in austere black, obviously moved and serious, with that huge crowd in the background in all sorts of colors and shapes. A wonderful contrast, I think, between the monarch and the people.
Well, thank you, John. John Amers, by the way, will be with us throughout the morning. Mourners have been descending on London from around the world throughout this week. Over the last couple of days, we follow one particular group now that's come to London from Glasgow. This report courtesy of the BBC.
38 Great Eastern Railway service to London King's Cross.
Waiting for one of the final trains into London, a last chance for people from the furthest reaches of Britain to journey to the capital. Many have no idea where they'll go when they arrive. They simply want to be there. The O'Neill family joined the train at Glasgow. This will be their first ever trip to London, and they have very personal reasons for coming.
I actually met her twice before. I met her in Childline, and we met her when she visited Easter House in the 80s. My husband actually met her then, and my daughter presented her a bouquet of flowers.
She's coming from Kensington Palace now, tonight. Yeah. So she comes along there, and then where?
This group is coming from Newcastle. They met up on the train and have decided to stick together for their time in London. They said they couldn't bear to watch the TV at home. They wanted to be part of a crowd, to share a moment they'll never forget.
She was somebody I'd always admired and respected. And after seeing all the coverage and everything, we just decided 2 hours ago to ring up and see if we could catch a train and just come to London and pay it in person. The people with AIDS, I think, really brought it home to myself. And I think the landmines more recently has brought it home to a lot of people. She's just done so much for others.
A few moments of snatched sleep. The rest of the night will be spent on the streets. Given the week-long mood of mourning, it's perhaps surprising how many people decided to make this journey right at the last moment. Many of them dropped everything to come. Dirty dishes left in the sink, arrangements hastily cancelled, phone calls not returned.
What's that?
It's Buckingham Palace. That's where the Queen stays.
Down Parliament Street.
They may not have invitations, but everyone feels included. Also on the train, Diana's one-time dancing partner and friend who'll be present at her funeral.
It'll be pretty bad, especially when they start playing that music. I shall just probably fall apart because I know some bits of music that she loved as well, and that will just do me in, basically.
Which particular bits?
Well, the Verdi Requiem Mass. I mean, it's so sad.
Those that didn't know Diana feel her loss too. They've been surprised by their own reactions, and that's why they're here, to try to square up to the emptiness she's left behind.
I sort of don't realise what somebody's like until they've gone, and I just wanted to sort of make my mark, as it were, and just be there, you know, make the effort.
Journey's end, they arrive and head off to find their place in the crowd. Another day, one that will surely be the saddest and most extraordinary of all.
Just a partial list now of some of the people who will be in the Abbey for the funeral. The royal family, of course, virtually in its entirety. Queen Elizabeth and the Queen Mom, Prince Philip, Prince Charles, the sons. Earl Spencer will be there. Diana's younger brother, Charles, 33-year-old head of one of England's leading families. Lady Sarah McCorquodale, Diana's eldest sister, will be there. Lady Jane Fellows, elder sister and wife of Sir Robert Fellows, the Queen's private secretary. This is the sister which has perhaps been in the most awkward
difficult position because she's always had to, she's been in the middle of any public feuds between the Queen and Diana.
And yet she's borne that role marvelously well, and I understand has excellent relations both with Charles and with the Spencer family, as you'd expect.
Interesting. Tony Blair, the Prime Minister of England, will be there, as well as Hillary Clinton.
Right,
representing the United States.
Was personally invited, I understand, because for a close connection with a number of the causes that Diana had espoused, most recently the landmines.
Funeral, being a unique funeral as opposed to a state funeral, heads of state don't necessarily arrive. Bernadette Chirac is there, wife of President Jacques Chirac. Baroness Thatcher would be in attendance, as will John
Formidable
Major.
presence. But, you know, I think it reflects Diana's wishes, too, would have reflected Diana's wishes, to have the people who were most closely associated with her, rather than the focus being on the presidents and kings and prime ministers who would have come had it been a state funeral.
Well, you know, the royal family, as we've been discussing, has been under tremendous pressure this week and undoubtedly devastated by the loss. But many observers said that they were very cold and aloof and distant, and they wanted to see more from the Queen. So the Queen took to the airwaves in Britain yesterday live and told people what she felt.
Since last Sunday's dreadful news, we have seen throughout Britain and around the world an overwhelming expression of sadness at Diana's death. We have all been trying in our different ways to cope. It is not easy to express a sense of loss, since the initial shock is often succeeded by a mixture of other feelings: disbelief, incomprehension, anger, and concern for those who remain. We have all felt those emotions in these last few days. So what I say to you now, as your Queen and as a grandmother, I say from my heart. First, I want to pay tribute to Diana myself. She was an exceptional and gifted human being. In good times and bad, she never lost her capacity to smile and laugh, nor to inspire others with her warmth and kindness. I admired and respected her for her energy and commitment to others, and especially for her devotion to her two boys. This week at Balmoral, we have all been trying to help William and Harry come to terms with the devastating loss that they and the rest of us have suffered. No one who knew Diana will ever forget her. Millions of others who never met her, but felt they knew her, will remember her. I, for one, believe there are lessons to be drawn from her life and from the extraordinary and moving reaction to her death. I share in your determination to cherish her memory. This is also an opportunity for me, on behalf of my family, and especially Prince Charles and William and Harry, to thank all of you who have brought flowers, sent messages, and paid your respects in so many ways to a remarkable person. These acts of kindness have been a huge source of help and comfort. Our thoughts are also with Diana's family and the families of those who died with her. I know that they too have drawn strength from what has happened since last weekend, as they seek to heal their sorrow and then to face the future without a loved one. I hope that tomorrow we can all, wherever we are, join in expressing our grief at Diana's loss and gratitude for her all too short life. It is a chance to show to the whole world the British nation united in grief and respect. May those who died rest in peace, and may we, each and every one of us, thank God for someone who made many, many people happy.
Queen Elizabeth speaking live to the people yesterday, and most analysts say it struck the right tone and she said the right thing, and hopefully the severe critics have been mollified. John Amer's with us from the Monarchist League, as he has been throughout the morning and will continue to be with us. Tell us what happens after the funeral, John. The decision to take Diana to the family estate, and then how she will be buried.
Well, there will be a long procession up to Great Brington, about 80 miles, I understand, 120 kilometers odd north of London. And they publish that route so that they anticipate crowds along the road.
They're not closing the motorway.
No, they're doing a rolling close so that traffic can follow slowly behind the procession. They think there may be as many as 1 million people lining that route into the countryside. And then the Spencer family made understandable decision. Instead of burying Diana's remains in the small church of St. Mary the Virgin in this small village of Great Brington, they decided to put her remains in the lagoon, we saw pictures earlier, on the family estate. I think that the villagers felt and feared that with this adulation of Diana that sprung up so evidently reflected in this last week, that the village would be inundated if the burial site was in a public place.
And the village is all of 250 people. They absolutely could not accommodate
So the
big
Spencers
crowds.
have arranged this interment in this private, the middle of a private lagoon, and then we'll open it apparently 4 days a year or at 4 different times in the year, I'm not clear which, so that the public can come and pay their respects.
This also allows Diana's sons to go to her grave and mourn in private.
I understand that our camera coverage is going to be cut off at the moment the hearse arrives at the village, and then the sons and the family will have a chance to say their farewells.
Thank you, John. We're now just over an hour away from the beginning of the funeral procession. We are about 3 hours away from the beginning of the funeral itself. Lloyd Robertson and Valerie Pringle are standing by in London, and we will be back with you shortly. Our live coverage continues. Good morning. We are back live in the CTV studios in Toronto. We have members of our CTV news team spread across this country and in London, England, for the funeral today of Princess Diana.
We will be going to live pictures outside Buckingham Palace very shortly to show you what's happening on the streets of London this morning. We will also be checking in across Canada, as Dan mentioned, with people at Skydome. Skydome has opened, so mourners can go there and watch the funeral.
The royal family has been under some fire for their reaction to Diana's death. The princess and the family had been distant since the divorce of Charles and Diana. Now the royals have apparently played a somewhat larger part in the funeral. We are joined now by Simon McCoy of Sky News. He's outside Westminster Abbey.
This has been a very complicated funeral to arrange, and uppermost in everybody's thoughts is that the Earl Spencer and his family, Diana's family, should have the final say as to who was here, the form the service should take. The complication, if you like, was always going to be that Diana was a member of the royal family, and they would have to accommodate the royal family accordingly. But I think the Spencers have made it absolutely clear, and they made it clear only 2 days ago when he disinvited some of the tabloid editors that had been invited by the Lord Chamberlain's office from Buckingham Palace, that this is a family funeral, and as such they wanted to be treated with such respect. And we're going to, through this service, surprise a lot of people. We won't actually see or hear any members of the royal family. Many people felt Prince Charles may read a lesson or contribute to the service in some way. That's not going to happen. Tony Blair, the Prime Minister, will read a lesson. Lady Sarah McCorquodale, Diana's sister, will have a reading, as will her other sister, Lady Jane Fellows, who's married to the Queen's private secretary. But there is no direct involvement from members of the royal family. And I think that's as much because Prince Charles will want to be with his two sons, William and Harry, throughout the service. Let's not forget these two boys this day. It is going to be a dreadful, grieving day for them, and an ordeal for them to get through. And I think everybody is conscious within the royal family that it is to the two boys that they must pay their attention. And as far as the service is concerned, it's a celebration of the life of Diana, Princess of Wales. And I think Earl Spencer also wants to make it a family affair for him, with due reference to the fact that she was a member of the royal family. Now, first guests will arrive here at Westminster Abbey at about 10:15, and then what will happen is at 10:35 the Spencer family will start to arrive. 5 minutes later at 10:40, the minor members of the royal family, the Duke and Duchess of Kent and Prince Michael, Princess Michael of Kent, other junior members of the royal family will arrive. 10:50 this morning, the Queen, the Duke of Edinburgh and the Queen Mother are expected to arrive. Now, obviously, a lot of attention is going to be focused on those who were seen as Diana's friends within the royal family, and I'm thinking particularly this morning of Sarah, Duchess of York, who left flowers at Kensington Palace yesterday, and the card read quite simply, "My most darling friend, sister, my Dutch." Now, that was the nickname that Fergie called Diana. "I love you and miss you, my soulmate and partner. God bless you, Fergie." This is going to be an awful day for everybody, obviously, who knew Diana, but particularly for those like Fergie, who saw the difficult times as well as the good times. And no doubt going through Fergie's mind, as it will many members of the royal family. This, of course, the venue, Westminster Abbey, of that royal wedding in 1986, when Prince Andrew and the then Sarah Ferguson were married. And I think the emphasis today for everybody is that this is a time for personal moments, personal thoughts. Those that knew her will remember those moments, be reliving them with the final realization, I think, that Diana has gone. It's a time to look back at them. And as the Queen has said in her speech last night, many people who'd never met her felt that they knew her. And everybody will have their own specific thoughts moments, images of Diana will be flashing through their minds today. And of course, we won't see Diana today. We will never see Diana again. And the realization of that is sinking in here this morning. Many people here weren't able to see the funeral, the cortege, the hearse, leave St. James's to go to Kensington Palace last night. They were keeping their places here at the Abbey. So the first time they see that hearse arrive this morning, the coffin on the back of the gun carriage, it is going to be a devastating moment because it's the final realization that Diana has gone.
Captain Richard Williams, 28 years of age, is the young man who will lead the funeral procession from Kensington to Westminster. He is a decorated war hero. He picked up his medal serving with the British services in Cambodia on a United Nations peacekeeping mission, and he protected 100 civilians from the Khmer Rouge. That will happen in just about 1 hour's time from now, and then the funeral will follow 2 hours after that. Alan Fryer of CTV News joins us now with this look back over this past week.
A mangled wreck in a tunnel in the center of Paris. The world soon learns that inside that limousine are Diana, Princess of Wales, and her boyfriend, Dodi Fayed, who is killed instantly along with the driver. A bodyguard survives. He's in critical condition. The princess clings precariously to life. It takes 40 minutes to extricate the princess from the wrecked Mercedes. She's rushed to hospital where doctors struggle frantically, massaging her heart to keep her alive. Diana's injuries, though, proved too serious, too extensive.
The French Interior Minister, Jean-Pierre Chevènement, has confirmed that the Princess of Wales is dead.
The announcement stuns Britain. It stuns the world.
She was the people's princess. And that's how she will stay, how she will remain in our hearts and in our memories forever.
She was the most wonderful woman in the world. What she did for the charities, I just can't believe she came to such an end.
I'm just so upset, just really heartbroken. And we're really going to miss her. She didn't deserve to die that young. She really didn't.
As Buckingham Palace releases a short statement on Diana's death, the story about what happened that night in Paris begins to emerge. Diana and Dodi leave a restaurant by the back door, trying to avoid the paparazzi who are lying in wait. But photographers on motorcycles spot Diana's limousine. What follows is a high-speed chase through the center of Paris, a chase that ends in a heap of twisted metal and the death of a princess.
If there was no money, in the photographs, they wouldn't have been after her in the tunnel.
The nation focuses its anger on the paparazzi.
It seems so sad that a woman who had so much to give to the whole world had to go like this, just for the stupid greed of a pack of paparazzi.
I think they're terrible people, the paparazzi. And I'm sure one day somebody's going to just gun them down.
But the harshest criticism comes from Diana's brother, Earl Spencer.
I always believed the press would kill her in the end. But not even I could imagine that they would take such a direct hand in her death, as seems to be the case. It would appear that every proprietor and editor of every publication that has paid for intrusive and exploitative photographs of her, encouraging greedy and ruthless individuals to risk everything in pursuit of Diana's image, has blood on his hands today.
Prince Charles flies to Paris to identify the body of his former wife. He accompanies her coffin back to London, back to his own residence, St. James's Palace, which will soon become the focal point of the nation's grief. Charles then returns to Balmoral Castle in Scotland to be with his two sons, William and Harry, and the rest of the royal family, who attend a service at a local church. Dodi Fayed's remains are also returned and buried quickly in accordance with Muslim law. It's what happens next that astonishes the royal family, astonishes the whole country.
And we just felt that we want to be a part of it. I've never felt anything like it before. I don't think most of the people here have. She was just a much-loved person.
An outpouring of people, an unprecedented outpouring of raw emotion, like nothing this country's ever seen before.
We're here for love of a woman, real deep love, and she will be greatly missed.
The sidewalks in front of the royal residences are transformed into seas of flowers and messages, into seas of tears.
Just devastated. There's no other word for it, just absolutely devastated. She was the best thing that ever happened to this country, and now she's gone, and nobody ever's going to replace her. Yes.
At St. James Palace, the lines form, huge lines, hundreds of thousands of people, waiting 4, 8, 12 hours and more.
Should we wait? Let's wait. Come on, she's worth it.
Not to see the coffin, they couldn't do that, but to inscribe their grief, their own personal messages to Diana.
May you rest in peace eternally. Only God and his angels can touch you now.
In Paris, meanwhile, the investigation goes on into the fatal crash. It's learned that the driver of the limousine was drunk. His blood alcohol level 4 times the legal limit. And in a Paris courtroom, a French judge accuses the paparazzi of manslaughter and of failing to help at the scene of an accident. Their lawyers say the photographers are victims as well.
Like scapegoats offered to the public opinion, which has been very moved, and this is not a sign of justice, quiet and relaxed.
In London, plans for the funeral are drawn up, but confusion reigns. No one expected the overwhelming response to Diana's death. And no one seems quite sure how to respond. And as the crowds and the mounds of flowers continue to grow, grief once again turns to anger. This time, it's the royal family that's the target.
I think it's more or less the end of the royal family.
Why is that?
Well, I just think she was the shining light, and they've shunned her and done everything they can against her.
They deserted this lovely princess of ours. She should be in the castle, and yet she's round there in that chapel.
In the seemingly endless lines, more and more voices are being raised, angry voices. Why is the Queen, why is Charles secluded in the Scottish Highlands? Why aren't they with the people? Why aren't they with Diana?
Surely they have had many hours now just to make a little announcement.
Does it bother you that they have not?
It does. It bothers everybody.
Those feelings are picked up and shouted from the front pages of the newspapers across Britain. The empty flagpole atop Buckingham Palace stands as a lightning rod for the people's anger. But on Thursday, the royals respond. Diana's children, Harry and William, along with their father and grandparents, allow themselves to be photographed looking at tributes left by the public outside their castle walls. Young Prince Harry seems particularly moved. And the next day, the royals return. In a remarkable scene, they join the people in their field of grief.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
The pictures, anyway, suggest that for now, all is forgiven. And the Queen, she takes the unusual and dramatic step of addressing the nation, of doing what the people were demanding, sharing her grief with them.
So what I say to you now, as your queen and as a grandmother, I say from my heart. First, I want to pay tribute to Diana myself. She was an exceptional and gifted human being. In good times and bad, she never lost her capacity to smile and laugh, nor to inspire others with her warmth and kindness. I admired and respected her for her energy and commitment to others, and especially for her devotion to her 2 boys. This week at Balmoral, we have all been trying to help William and Harry come to terms with the devastating loss that they and the rest of us have suffered. I hope that tomorrow we can all, wherever we are, join in expressing our grief at Diana's loss and gratitude for her all too short life. It is a chance to show to the whole world the British nation united in grief and respect. May those who died rest in peace, and may we, each and every one of us, thank God for someone who made many, many people happy.
We are now about 54 minutes away from the beginning of the funeral procession. The time is 8:15 in London. We'll show you some of the most current pictures of what is happening there. Millions of people are flocking to all the royal sites. They're coming to Kensington, they're coming to Westminster, they're coming to Buckingham.
And many people have camped out overnight. Actually, they've staked out their ground for the last 2 nights, wanting to get into position to see the funeral cortege go by.
Officials are expecting as many as 6 million people along the funeral procession route, and ironically, the only number that can compete with that would be the millions that lined the wedding processional route some years ago.
In fact, planes in Britain have been laying on extra flights to bring people in. The trains have been doing the same thing. There's not a hotel room left to be had in the city.
And of course, today will be a security nightmare for officials in London.
Now, crowds are gathering in Toronto as well this morning. We've been talking to the CTV's Lisa LaFlamme this morning. She's at the Sky Dome in Toronto. The sports stadium opened this morning, obviously not for a baseball game, but for the funeral. People are in Toronto, invited to come down and watch for free. We'll talk to Lisa in just a moment. In the meantime, let me ask you, John, about why the royal family is not taking part, an active part, in today's ceremony.
You know, I think the desire was to keep the pomp and circumstance inside Westminster Abbey to a minimum, to have Elton John, a close friend of Diana's, sing, to allow the congregation to sing hymns, and to have Diana's family, the Spencer family, I understand, take a leading part, reflecting, I think, her very close relations with her brother and sisters. So I understand Earl Spencer, the brother, will be giving a eulogy, and the 2 sisters' readings, I think one from the scriptures and one maybe a poem, I'm not sure. The royals, I think, want to take a back seat in this moment and let the Spencer family come.
But it's not just a royal issue. On a very personal level, the divorced in-laws are not generally involved in this kind of an affair.
That's right. It's a very delicate
it's a family,
balance, isn't
it?
Yes,
which... and they've been estranged. I mean, there's been no secret about that.
Well, the Queen referred to it, didn't she, today in her remarks, in good times as in bad. And
right.
I think, and she also said how much we'd all learn from Diana. So there's obviously a reconciliation happening, but probably the funeral service itself, an intensely private moment, even though it's in a very public domain, a chance for the royals to be there as mourners rather than taking the central part.
You mentioned Elton John. He and his lyricist have rewritten the song that he originally wrote as a tribute to Marilyn Monroe, and we'll be playing that today at the funeral.
Yeah, very moving lyrics about England's rose. I'm sure that will produce many, many tears, one of the many emotional points in the service.
Now, John, you're with the Monarchist League, and Diana became a focus of all that was good and popular about the royals. Not only does she remove herself from the royal family, but now she's been removed from the scene altogether. Who in the royal family now? Must it be William? Is he the one that must step forward? Because there's no real affection for Charles. There's not, the Queen still commands some affection, but that warmth isn't there for Charles.
Dan, I actually don't agree with you. I think people who get to know Charles and who do think about his work in Britain, especially with the Prince's Trust, you know, he's one of the people who can go into the urban areas of Britain, high unemployment, a lot of unemployed minority youth, and his Prince's Trust has made a real difference. Over 100 different projects that help create employment and give these young men work skills. I suspect, just as we saw in Canada last year when he was here alone for the first time since the divorce, as people rediscover him and as the wave of emotion around this particular sad tragedy recede, that people will begin to look at him as the inevitable future king. They will see him once again as the loving father he always has been, although of a more reserved nature, and perhaps, sadly, without the bright, bright son of Diana almost overwhelming his more reserved nature, we'll rediscover this young man with whom Canadians fell in love, of course, when he dove under the Arctic in the 70s, as we saw him in that documentary, The Family Prince, a reflective, earnest person who's opening doors to Islam, importantly, a marvelously credible figure in the Arab world. And as increasingly, I think, we'll come to think of him as our future king, many years hence, of course, because the Windsor women are wonderful wonderfully long-lived, aren't they?
Well, we've been across the country so far today in the program. Ben Chin has been with us from Halifax, Lisa LaFlamme in Toronto. Mark Schneider joins us now from Vancouver. Hello, Mark. Well, we're sorry about that. Mark Schneider not available just this moment. Let's join Lisa LaFlamme now at Skydome. Lisa, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Dan. Of course, Diana's death has united this world really in a way that will fill the social science journals for years to come. Yes, there are people in the comfort of their living rooms right now ready to watch the funeral, but there are also people who've come out on this rainy September morning here to Skydome in Toronto, and some of them, like David Cooper, have come out on their own.
Yes. Yeah, I came out because I didn't have anyone to come out with, and I just sort of felt it was important enough to me to do, to come out for something this unique and something this important, on my own, even if there wasn't anyone else.
Are you meeting people tonight? Is it that kind of unity that we're seeing?
Yes, I met 2 people online already, and they both came by themselves as well. It seems like a lot of people are here either by themselves or in couples. It seems like about half the people are here, either in relative solitude.
I see. So there is that sense of community and being here. And in fact, the gates are going to open, Dan, in about 10 minutes from now. Also, I'd like to introduce you to 3 sisters who lived 18 years in Angola. Rebecca, you're the oldest. Tell me, what brought you and your sisters here tonight?
Well, we want to get a chance to thank Diana, perhaps in this way, for raising the awareness of landmines in Angola and bringing to us a little bit of a higher sense of what Angola is about and what's there in it.
So it was more her causes then, the things that she felt strongly about that have impressed you girls?
Yes, she's a gracious and compassionate woman who is willing to take a risk for her own safety and step into the lives of people who have been forgotten, essentially.
I guess the question is, can we turn our sadness into something positive, and people like yourselves and other people here tonight do anything for these causes in Diana's memory, perhaps?
I think absolutely. I think this is why we're here tonight. I mean, it's 3 o'clock in the morning, but I think people know that she meant something to them, and I think this is a great way to show it.
So tell me, when you saw pictures of Diana in Angola, I believe it was February that she was in Angola, you were recognizing where she was. Tell me a little bit about what it was like to see such a famous figure there where you'd lived for so many years.
It was like having a piece of home in my living room, but with somebody really famous there instead of me. It was like she had taken our kids and our families and our friends into her arms and said, this is important enough to be here for. It was really, really tremendous and special.
Of course, we let the oldest sister do all the talking, but what about you? What's your feeling being here tonight in the crowd?
I'm really happy to be here. I am so impressed by how much she cared about people, and she's done what nobody else was able to do. She used the media to the advantage of those who didn't have any advantage. And she just reached out to so many people, and I admire that so much. I really do.
And I think there's a lot of admiring people here tonight. As I said, we're about 5 minutes now from opening up the Skydome so that people can watch the funeral of Diana, Princess of Wales, from the Jumbotron here at Skydome. Back to you in the studio.
Thanks very much, Lee. So much has been made about the funeral arrangements. The royal family itself calls the arrangements for this funeral unique. Reporter Peter Sharp of Sky takes a look at the contrast between funerals for the royals, past and present.
It is the Ledger of Death, the original document that recorded in extraordinary detail every single cost of Queen Victoria's lavish state funeral. From the very stout lead coffin at £13 and 10 shillings to the 5 shillings paid to the artisan who inscribed the bronze plate on the casket. The funeral for the Empire's longest reigning monarch cost £594 in 1901. That's about £58,000 today. This was an ordered and somber ceremony that fitted the times. An age of great social division when grief had its own formal structure.
There were basically 3 stages of mourning. The first would be full or deep mourning, and that was the most severe. It lasted about 6 months, and people had the really severe costume restrictions to what they could and couldn't wear.
The funerals of George V and George VI were also huge state occasions. The people were obedient observers, not participants. These were gatherings of the great and the good, the royalty of Europe mingling with the country's aristocracy.
The list would have come straight out of Tibet's peerage, whereas now we've got fashion designers, singers, ordinary people that Diana knew, victims of AIDS and so on, ordinary people that she knew. We're in the phone book. We're not, you know, we're not in Tibet's peerage anymore.
The trappings of death at the turn of the century were elaborate. The funeral ceremony highly stylized in an age when death was much more part of life.
The Victorians knew what they were doing. Death was very much part of their society. There was a lot of practice. So I think we're less organised in the way, we're less prepared for death when it actually happens. So that's one of the reasons why it's much more difficult for modern people to adjust to the actual realities of death.
Today's ceremony will have little in common with the great state funerals of this century. This was the cortege of Earl Mountbatten as the procession headed towards Westminster Abbey. The large military escort will be missing today, as well as the funeral march of the massed bands.
The use of the band highlighted the poignancy of the day, and it also alerted to the person that the funeral procession was on its way. This won't be the same when it comes to Diana, Princess of Wales's funeral. There will not be the associated music. Instead, there will be the long shot of the eye that will be needed to be able to signify the approach of the cortege.
It's now been 96 years since the funeral of Queen Victoria. Today, it's the ordinary people who've led the country in mourning, laying siege to central London. But what does this collective expression of grief tell us about ourselves?
We'd like to feel we're going to live forever. And I think this shows that even the most glamorous, the most important public figures, the most loved icons, if you like, are just as mortal as the rest of us. And if they're mortal, we must be extremely mortal. So I think there's a collective feeling of the fragility of life, really.
But more than that, perhaps, this was a week that saw significant changes in the way we remember those we've loved. The Victorian stiff upper lip, replaced by a shared grief that for once transcends all social divisions.
We are now just about 40 minutes away from the beginning of the funeral procession. The funeral itself starts at 11 a.m. local time, and that would be 6 a.m. Eastern in this country. Now, we haven't talked yet about what's going on in Paris. Much controversy there over the paparazzi, the role they play with celebrities and how they don't just take pictures of celebrities in public. They ambush them, they track them, they stalk them.
They swarm them. Unbelievable. And the latest reports had photographers admitting that they opened the door to the car and continued to snap away with Diana dying there, 2 people in the car already dead, closed the door and drove off.
Sort of action, I think, that's convicted them in the court of public opinion, even whatever the legal outcome of the investigation by the Paris police. And a real revulsion, a feeling that perhaps the paparazzi, the extreme fringe of the media, have driven the story of the royal family in the last 10 years in a way that's unhealthy. We don't want to see institutions affected, do we, by paparazzi? And I think the public has really decided. I've had calls all this week asking us to put stickers on tabloids saying, don't buy this in memory of Diana, Princess of Wales. Yeah. Strong feeling.
Well, that's an interesting comment, John, because over the last several years, our opinions, our thoughts about the royalty have been driven by these grainy photographs of long-distance embraces on yachts or toe-sucking in the south of France, certainly taken the perspective away from what the royals stand for and what they're supposed to do.
And what they do day in, day out. And some of these photographs, you know, egregiously faked. There was a photograph of Diana and Mr. El Fayed allegedly embracing at a very early stage.
And it was computer
and they
enhanced.
had cut out a man who was in the center, so they weren't within, 10 feet of each other. So this sort of shameless manipulation, I think, has really hurt really motivated public opinion against the paparazzi.
Now, the Al Fayed family released pictures yesterday of Diana and Dodi leaving the Ritz Hotel after their dinner. Quite disquieting to see those pictures.
That too. The grainy quality as they come through the door and sort of stop time, and you realize you're seeing people who will be dead in 5 minutes.
And it's the defense of Henri Paul, huh? That's
the thought that the driver looks. I mean, from what we can see in the pictures, he looks to be perfectly normal. He goes out, he checks the street, he gets into the limo. But I doubt the evidentiary value of that is going to be probative again in public opinion. But disquieting pictures, as you say, Leslie.
Well, the funeral center stage today, but we'll be hearing about the legal wrangling out of Paris, I think, for months to come. John, thanks very much for being with us.
Very welcome.
Our live coverage continues here on CTV. That's it for Leslie and myself here in the studio in Toronto. Our thanks to Ben Chin in Halifax, Lisa LaFlamme in Toronto, and we try to get Mark Schneider in the program. We now join Lloyd Robertson and Valerie Pringle. Will be with us live in London.
We're looking out over a London bathed in sadness on this Saturday morning in September. Westminster Abbey, the Union flag at half-mast. The Abbey, the heart and soul of the religious life of Great Britain for centuries. It's a cool day, weather is clear, and later the ceremony for Diana, Princess of Wales, will be held here at the Abbey after a procession of about 2 hours. Good morning. It's been an incredible week in the life of the world. It was just last Saturday night we all learned, and many were acted with shock and disbelief, that Diana had been killed in Paris. And around the world there were tears. There were tears here in London, of course, but tears indeed on the streets of Toronto and in the streets of Vancouver. So we're now this morning engaged in a kind of global mourning, because the estimated crowd for this television audience is expected to be in the billions. Indeed, they're estimating up to 2.5 billion. And we are a part of it. So no matter where you are this morning, coming up to 3:30, 4 o'clock in the Toronto-Ottawa area, Montreal, whether it's 1 o'clock in Vancouver, in the Atlantic provinces, 5 and 5:30, we are here to share this moment with you, to share in the grieving that you feel and that we all feel as a result of the death of this bright 36-year-old young woman who had so much promise. With me is CTV's Valerie Pringle. Good morning, Valerie, and you'll be here all week, of course. And it really has been, I mean, we've been emphasizing this point about what a week it has been, but it has been incredible. That's about the only word that you can use.
All the superlatives, yeah, unprecedented, cataclysmic, as the emotion has just continued to build from everyone's original shock and tears to the development of these shrines, not only in London, but around the world, the flowers that have built up, people who have gathered, who've wanted to be together, the arrangements for the funeral that have grown and developed as more and more people want to be involved to a level that, you know, many people just said they've never seen before and that they never could have predicted.
Sunshine in London this morning. You see out through the window behind us here, we're on the south bank of the Thames. On the other side, the Royal Courts of Justice, Westminster Abbey is off to the left.
That's Wellington Arch we're seeing there. The procession will go right through there.
And the Dome of St. Paul's is off to our right. And the streets, of course, are quiet because traffic, as you might imagine, in central London has been closed off completely, and the crowd's continuing to build.
That's at Victoria Monument, of course, just outside Buckingham Palace.
Right. And the estimated crowd this morning in London, up to 5 million people expected to come in. But overnight, of course, we were hearing reports that the crowds were, in fact, some were beginning to camp out, but it was lighter than anticipated. However, with this bright morning, we expect that people will be pouring into London. Let's take a look at that processional route, the 2 miles from Kensington Palace to Westminster Abbey, starting off on that leafy avenue leading toward Buckingham Palace, and then around to St. James Palace, where Diana's body rested following its return from Paris, and then to Horse Guards Parade, through Horse Guards Parade into Westminster and past Parliament Square and down to Westminster Abbey, where the coffin will be borne through the great west door of Westminster Abbey. The times up on the left-hand side of the screen there are Britain times. 10:55 is when that will happen, and the funeral service in the Abbey will come at 11 o'clock. That service is expected to last about an hour, maybe a little more, and then from London, The royal procession moves north, picking up speed probably as it heads up into the county of Northamptonshire, up to Althorpe, where Diana will be buried on the family estate, the Spencer family estate at Althorpe. And Valerie, you were there a couple of days ago. What is that, about a 4-hour drive?
Well, not normally. I guess
they're saying 4 hours today, but that's because...
That's extremely, yeah, it's a long period of time. It's about maybe an hour and a half in normal traffic up the M1, a beautiful old estate that the Spencers have had for centuries. Diana didn't spend that much time living there. There's a lovely church. Originally, she was supposed to be interred in the chapel of the church. Now, it turns out that she'll be buried on the estate itself. And
on an island, in fact, which is rather strange. On an island on the estate, so that the boys can come and visit her in private.
But there are concerns, and it was already happening this week, as crowds of cars came from all directions, that it would become like another Graceland, that this has attracted so much attention. You know, will people just be hanging on the gates of Althorpe, which you can visit from time to time, to see the grave?
And we should introduce our special guests who will be with us all through the covers this morning. Bonnie Brownlee, Principal Aide to Sarah Ferguson, Duchess of York. Good morning, Bonnie.
Good morning.
Bonnie, we've talked a lot this week about the build-up of participation by the royal family. That is, over the last couple of days, they were out and about in public after being criticized pretty heavily in some quarters of the press for not showing enough remorse on the death of Diana. Was this strictly because of public pressure?
I think in the end, public pressure had a fair amount to do with it. I think what started the bad feeling, though, amongst the people was the fact that they went to church on the Sunday morning, and to a lot of mothers and people out there, it seemed as if they were almost dragging those poor boys out of bed.
And didn't mention Diana
at the service. So I think that sort of is really what started the sort of the bad feeling amongst the people. And also, I mean, the Queen is very much traditional, and it is her generation to keep a stiff upper lip and to go about business. And I think probably in fairness to her, she was trying to, you know, seize the situation and figure out where she should go from here.
Good old British stoicism, which played such a part in this country during the Second World War. This has been completely turned on its ear this week because suddenly everybody's emotional. It's almost as though the psychology of Great Britain has indeed changed, isn't it?
Yes.
Brian Hoy is with us. He's a consulting editor for Majesty magazine. What's your view on that?
I had no idea until this week that mourning was a contagious disease. But it is. It's absolutely spread. I mean, it started in a small ball on Sunday mornings, and when we had this initial shock. We heard that Dodi had been killed and that Diana had been very badly injured. This was the initial news reports we had. Then when we found out that Diana was dead, and I don't think the shock has passed off, but it is contagious. It's spread from person to person to person. And the amazing thing about it is that in London, as in most other major cities throughout the world, I suppose, people tend to be strangers. They ignore each other, they don't speak. Today, if you go out, the atmosphere is friendly, they're sharing in their grief. Strangers are speaking to strangers, they're hugging each other, they're kissing each other, they're sharing their tears, they're sharing the emotion. It's almost like a form of mass hysteria. Yeah. It's most unusual. I've never experienced anything like it. I was here when Winston Churchill was buried in 1965, which was a state funeral, accorded to him as a commoner by a decree of the Queen, and they'd only previously, sovereigns had only ever given state funerals to I think Lord Nelson and the Duke of Wellington. And we saw people out, but of course it was because of Winston Churchill's reputation as a war leader. Diana, of course, only 36 years old, as you've said, in very much the prime of life. And it's just that so many people are identifying with her, people from all walks of life, people from all ages and all creeds and races and religions. It is really an extraordinary outpouring of public grief.
It was hard to see anybody in London, and you see crowds gathering in Hyde Park there. Everywhere you went, people were carrying bouquets of flowers. They're estimating 1 million bouquets of flowers were laid at the various sites around London alone, that, you know, the florists were working, you know, more than they ever worked at any other time in the year. And as you said, people with briefcases, little children, all colors, all ages.
You're quite right. Up until midnight last night, it was estimated that $20 million worth of flowers have been laid in London alone in the last 7 days.
And quiet. How quiet the city was this week, because those of us who've been to London several times covering events like this are aware that this is a very busy, bustling city and can be quite noisy for 24 hours a day. But
It's been very dignified.
Very dignified, very quiet.
Very respectful.
This is a Wellington Arch we're just seeing here, and it's interesting. What is it? The smallest police station in London, I believe, and only the Royals pass through here. Normally, you know, people go around this monument on a roundabout as they head toward Piccadilly or down toward Buckingham Palace. But on this occasion, I guess, as on a few others, they'll proceed right through this arch, and it's across from Apsley House.
It is indeed Apsley House, which is the ancestral home of the Dukes of Wellington. It's now a museum. The present Duke of Wellington lives up on the top floor. And Apsley House, of course, has got, next to Buckingham Palace, I suppose, the most prestigious address. It's number 1 London. And the reason why it was called number 1 London is that in the 18th century, it was the first house you entered when you came through the toll house, through the toll gate from the country coming into London from the west. You came in at Apsley House, and that's number 1 London.
Crowds are continuing to line up. We expect them to be about 10 deep along the funeral route. We saw a car go by there a moment ago. That doesn't mean that road is open. That was a security detail. And there comes some mounted police, London Constabulary. Now, there was talk of narrowing the route, but I believe instead of that, they've actually extended the route. Because 2 days ago, the route was to run from St. James to Westminster Abbey, 1 mile, a mile of mourning, as it was being described here. And then the next day, it was decided that it would have to be extended because of the enormous interest generated by the death of Diana all over Britain, indeed all over the world. And we have talked to some Canadians who came here specifically to be a part of this mourning ceremony. It's a sunny day in London, and that is expected to bring these crowds out even more.
These are the flowers at Buckingham Palace, and as you saw yesterday, the Queen went to the Chapel Royal at St. James, which is just down the mall from Buckingham Palace, paid her respects, as did the boys, and Prince Charles before her body was moved to Kensington Palace. And the Queen mingled in this crowd, and it was the crowd you could see behind her when she stood on the balcony at Buckingham Palace, and, you know, her statement, which was broadcast live to the nation at 6 o'clock last night.
And that was a very sincere, strong, sorrowful statement.
The most important speech, probably, that the Queen has ever made during the 45 years of her reign, with every word, every comma, every full stop, every nuance being analysed by people like you and me all over the world, and she got it absolutely right, and of course broadcast it live, which is a thing she's never done before, a very difficult thing to do for a woman who is actually very shy of the media, who absolutely loathes appearing on television and broadcasting on radio. And I think she put her finger on the national pulse brilliantly.
She looked firm, she looked in control. As a matter of fact, it might be useful for us at this moment and appropriate to look at that speech once again. It only runs a couple of minutes, and we're just watching the crowds gather right now. Nothing much is going to be happening along the route for a few minutes yet. So let's look at that speech and reflect upon it once again. Queen Elizabeth from last night in London.
Since last Sunday's dreadful news, we have seen throughout Britain and around the world an overwhelming expression of sadness at Diana's death. We have all been trying in our different ways to cope. It is not easy to express a sense of loss, since the initial shock is often succeeded by a mixture of other feelings: disbelief, incomprehension, anger, and concern for those who remain. We have all felt those emotions in these last few days. So what I say to you now, as your Queen and as a grandmother, I say from my heart. First, I want to pay tribute to Diana myself. She was an exceptional and gifted human being. In good times and bad, she never lost her capacity to smile and laugh, nor to inspire others with her warmth and kindness. I admired and respected her for her energy and commitment to others, and especially for her devotion to her 2 boys. This week at Balmoral, we have all been trying to help William and Harry come to terms with the devastating loss that they and the rest of us have suffered. No one who knew Diana will ever forget her. Millions of others who never met her, but felt they knew her, will remember her. I, for one, believe there are lessons to be drawn from her life and from the extraordinary and moving reaction to her death. I share in your determination to cherish her memory. This is also an opportunity for me, on behalf of my family, and especially Prince Charles and William and Harry, to thank all of you who have brought flowers, sent messages, and paid your respects in so many ways to a remarkable person. These acts of kindness have been a huge source of help and comfort. Our thoughts are also with Diana's family and the families of those who died with her. I know that they too have drawn strength from what has happened since last weekend, as they seek to heal their sorrow and then to face the future without a loved one. I hope that tomorrow we can all, wherever we are, join in expressing our grief at Diana's loss and gratitude for her all too short life. It is a chance to show to the whole world the British nation united in grief and respect. May those who died rest in peace, and may we, each and every one of us, thank God for someone who made many, many people happy.
The Queen speaking to the nation last night. Universally this morning, the Queen is being praised for that speech. Some people are calling it a courageous thing to do. So whatever ill feeling there was about the royal family's, you might call it non-participation in this event earlier this week, that certainly was washed away by that speech by the Queen last night. And then also the visits, the moments we saw young Harry and William yesterday. We're going to have a look now at some of the crowds gathering in London. You saw the crowds at Hyde Park a few minutes ago and lining up for those two giant television screens. Now through the archway to the London police.
It's strange that this... That's Horse Guards, actually.
Horse Guards parade.
And the cortege will, in fact, go across Horse Guards and through the archway there into Whitehall before it turns down into Parliament Square.
Now, Brian, I was going to ask you, I mean, it was interesting how totally quickly the mood turned on a dime from, you know, and it wasn't just manufactured by the tabloids. People were actually saying, where are they? It was, when I looked at it afterwards, and the speech was terrific, and seeing the boys was heartbreaking and very moving, but it kind of just touched the nerve that needed to be touched. It was almost like people here needed to see their leader, their mom in a way. When she showed up, everything changed.
The people wanted to see our Queen in our palace, and that's what they did. The wording, the phrasing of that speech, you know, was absolutely magnificent. The most telling phrase, I think, was when the Queen said, nobody who ever knew Diana would ever forget her, and even those who never met her feel they could, that they knew her well. And that's brilliant, because that's the way people are. I mean, nearly all the people, the majority of the people that we are seeing today here, have never seen Diana, apart from on television perhaps, or heard her on the radio, but they all feel as if they know her. People felt that they could go up and do you agree, Bonnie?
Yes, yeah? Absolutely. And I think they, you know, the royal family is so used to having everything by the book. For, you know, and you've covered lots of royal visits where there is a protocol and there is a tradition and it's booked minute by minute. All of a sudden they're faced with something so unique, why in the end they called it, you know, a unique funeral. And I think they just were trying to come to terms with it for a few days.
I think the reason why it was originally called a unique funeral for a unique person was, quite frankly, because they didn't know what category to put it in.
Well, and this is a difficult thing and has been for them. She's not part of their family anymore. They took away her HRH. She's divorced from the family, although the mother of the future king. And there was a lot of bad feeling and bitterness. And
something they've never had to cope with before. And as we look at these crowds gathering en route, and we remember the funerals of Winston Churchill and King George VI, all of those coffins carried along the storied London route to Trafalgar Square and Horse Guards Parade. We know that, that in this particular case, the people have moved this procession along to a greater extent than ever before, because she has been called the People's Princess, and certainly the reason so much attention is being paid to the route and the accoutrement of this particular funeral is because of her and because of the things that her family felt she would want. For example, the number of people from charities coming into the procession. I caution you on this point because when I first saw this video last night, a choke came to the throat and a tear came to the eye. The first viewing of the coffin, moving from St. James Palace
and here it
to
comes
Kensington.
Now. Here it comes now.
There it is, bearing the royal standard, family wreaths atop. The first look at the coffin as she comes home for her last night at Kensington Palace, her home in London. And there she rested overnight at Kensington Palace, and in about 8 minutes' time, we'll see the live pictures of that coffin being borne from the house onto the gun carriage, and then the long, slow, mournful procession begins.
From Kensington Palace to around St. James's, where the other mourners will gather along, the representatives from all the charities that Diana was particularly involved in, and I guess still yet to be seen whether or not her two sons will feel strong enough today to march along. Do you think they will? They were unbelievable dealing with the crowds outside Kensington yesterday, and what, you know, with everybody touching their hands and hugging them and saying to them, your mother was so wonderful, we'll never forget you. I mean, how you deal with that? You know, Harry's not, you know, what's his birthday's just over a week from now. He's not even
13 yet. I mean, what other 13 and 15-year-olds from any other walk of life could you imagine behaving in as dignified and as gracious a manner as they have in the last couple of days? I certainly believe that the boys will march in the procession. I think they have to be seen as the chief mourners, because they are, of course, the chief mourners. Prince Charles may well, I mean, can be considered by many people, but he is the ex-husband, the former husband of the Princess of Wales. Those boys are her closest relatives, aren't they?
But the only ones confirmed to be marching in the royal procession are her brother Charles, of course, and her two sisters. But it is expected, as you say, Brian, that Prince Charles will be marching, and also the two boys. And you've believed that all along, Bonnie, but we say again that that has not been confirmed. And the way the spokesman from the palace explained it the other day was that they're grieving, they want time with them, Charles wants time with them, the Queen wants time with them, and they don't want to put pressure on them. If they change their minds at the last minute, then they won't be there.
You know, we're used to more of a wake process, and I think for the boys being able to go and view the coffin and see it all last night, and then have a little bit more time this morning, you know, it does help people heal. That is part of the process, and I think they'll probably be able to do it today.
I think much of the early criticism this week was once the coffin had been brought to the Chapel Royal at St. James's Chapel, that she was left alone.
Well, and many people said that. She's just all alone in there. I mean, her sisters had been there to begin with, and then her brother. But yeah, the feeling...
Well, I was in St. James's Palace earlier this week with some friends of mine who work in the Royal Collection, which is housed in part of it there, and they went in and they were all in tears.
We can have a look at a beautiful picture at the moment of the west door of the Abbey, if we can bring that up and have a look at it, because this, perhaps more than anything, symbolizes, as we see the Abbey set against the London sky on this bright morning, what this service is about, because this is the religious center of Britain for centuries. Kings have been buried here, prominent royal statesmen buried here, and this is what cropped up the other day. Little shrines all along outside the corner of the Abbey, and there again, all around the gates of the Abbey, people coming, leaving notes.
And the choice of the Abbey, which was announced almost immediately, was so significant. So, in fact, the royal family, along with the Spencers, did recognize immediately the magnitude of this event, how it would affect people, and how they should respond, because, you know, only important people have a funeral, it seems, at Westminster Abbey.
17 sovereigns have actually been buried there. 40 sovereigns have been crowned there, have had their coronations.
Virtually everybody, I guess, since William the Conqueror.
Right today, from William the Conqueror on Christmas Day, 1066. Yes.
And I think to go back to St. Paul's, where they were married at the cathedral, I think part of the problem with that a bit too was the fact that it goes through Fleet Street, or you have to go, that's part of the route, and there was a little bit of...
it would have been too painful a reminder, I think, to have buried her in the same church from which she was married, I think.
But Churchill funeral was there, Mountbatten's funeral was there, the Queen was married there, Duchess of York was married there, the Queen Mother was married there, and as we say, endless coronations and other important events. But Westminster Abbey is...
And indeed...
Good morning once again, Dan Matheson. Jones at the Network Studios in Toronto. We'll get back to Lloyd Robertson and Valerie Pringle in just a couple of moments. But just to let you know what you can expect here on CTV over the next several hours, it is now about 6 minutes before 9 in London, and it is at 9 o'clock this morning that the body of Princess Diana will be placed on a gun carriage outside her home at Kensington Palace in London, and the funeral procession will begin. A young gentleman by the name of Richard Williams, he's a captain, he's a war hero, decorated in Cambodia, will lead the procession. 12 pallbearers, 4 members of the Royal Artillery, 8 members of the 1st Battalion of Welsh Guards, and the procession will take about 2 hours en route to Westminster.
And about half an hour before it reaches Westminster is when Prince William may join the procession. He still has not decided whether he will walk behind his mother's coffin, but 500 representatives and beneficiaries of the charities that Diana was linked to will then join the procession and walk behind the coffin to Westminster Abbey.
Members of the family will start to arrive at the Abbey shortly after 10:30 local time. The Spencer family will arrive first, followed by members of the royal family, and then the most senior members of the royal family, including the Queen, and that will be just moments before 11 a.m. local time, which will be 6 a.m. Eastern here in Canada, and then the funeral service will start. It's expected to last between 45-50 minutes. Elton John will sing during the service. Members of the Spencer family will speak. The sisters and Lady Di's brother will speak. The Prime Minister, Tony Blair, will speak. No members of the royal family will speak. Although they are not being criticized for this. There has been a great deal of criticism leveled at the royal family this past week, but not because of this. It is considered a Spencer family funeral, and the royals are helping out.
John Amers joins us this morning. He is chairman of the Monarchist League of Canada. John, this funeral is a break with tradition in many, many ways. It's unusual, for instance, for the Queen to even attend.
Absolutely. Usually she only attends members of the funerals of the members of the immediate family. And of course, Diana was no longer technically a member of the royal family. A great mark of respect on the part of the Queen, I think echoing the sentiment she reflected in her speech today. Other changes, of course, from normal tradition of royal funerals, the modern language that will be used. Archbishop of Canterbury will be saying prayers and using the you form of address to God. Poignant moments, too, I think we can expect, Leslie. A hymn that was sung at the wedding of Diana and Charles, I Vow to Thee My Country. Apparently Diana's favorite hymn will be sung this morning in the Abbey.
That was her choice for the wedding.
That's right. And,
so her family decided to bring it back now.
So that'll be a very moving moment.
Who would have made that decision?
Well, I think Earl Spencer and the Lady Sarah McCorquodale, Lady Jane Fellows, the 2 sisters of Diana, have been consulting, obviously, with Prince Charles. And I understand the young princes, William and Harry, who we've seen so much of today and with such poignancy, will play a big part.
Well, thank you very much, John. We're now just moments away from the beginning of the funeral procession. Let's go back and rejoin Lloyd Robertson and Valerie Pringle in London.
Hello again. For those of you just joining us in London, we are here in a studio overlooking the Thames River, just South Thames. Royal Courts of Justice just behind me, Westminster Abbey off to the left, St. Paul's Cathedral to the right. And good morning to those at 4 a.m. Toronto, Ottawa time. We are now very close to the beginning of the royal procession from Kensington Palace to Westminster Abbey.
Good morning. Yes, the funeral, which has developed and grown over the week as the outpouring of emotion has stunned everybody. We'll begin from Kensington Palace, which is the home of Diana, where she lived in London with her sons. It has been the central shrine, if you can call it that, in London. Flowers, an extraordinary number there. The boys and Charles visited yesterday and talked to people in the crowds there. Her body was taken back to Kensington Palace last night from St. James's, where it had been in the chapel, and it is from there that the procession will begin. That decision was made because they wanted to lengthen the route, because there were so many people who were saying they wanted to come and see it.
Let's again just introduce our guests, Valerie, for those people who may be joining us now. Bonnie Brownlee, Principal Aide to Sarah Ferguson, Duchess of York. Bonnie, we've talked a lot this week about the building emotion here in London. Thousands of people coming into this city from all over Britain and indeed, as it turns out, from all over the world. Is this phenomenon a surprise to most of the people in royal circles like yourself?
I think to some of them, yes, it is. I think there's been so much bad press here over the last few years about what the Princess of Wales' activities and people like the Duchess of York that I think to some extent they were a little startled at the international reaction to it. And I've even had some British colleagues and friends of mine here ask me, is it being covered in North America? You know, and I said, yeah, 24 hours a day. It's been nonstop for a week. So I think they were a little surprised. I think they're very genuinely touched by the world's reaction, though, to the death of a princess.
Well, Valerie and I were talking about this a few days ago, but I can remember, and we all think of this personally, that moment when we first learned of the death of Diana last Saturday night. One of my daughters was crying.
My daughter was crying. My brother phoned from Indonesia with the news. I mean, it was one of those things people say, like a flashbulb memory, like the death of John F. Kennedy. Such a beautiful young woman. I think people were saying she was just hitting her stride 1 year after her divorce. They were happy that she seemed so happy with her new love, Dodi Fayed. Reports seem to be, and I'll ask Brian Huey here, who's with us, that they were actually going to marry.
Well, we actually heard...
Let's just interrupt for a moment, Brian. You can continue. I just want to identify this shot for people. The Victoria Memorial outside Buckingham Palace, right in front. That's where we have been doing our newscast from most of this week. And the Thames, as it threads its way through London. London, of course, is really an agglomeration of districts built up around the city of Westminster. There was not much central planning in the beginning here, but all of these landmarks that have popped up in these various sections of the city have become special places over the years. The mournful bells of London. Let's listen. .09 London time. On every occasion, every major occasion in this country, of course, we hear Big Ben. Big Ben rings every day, but around the world at times like this.
Indeed, there are 5,000 churches in Britain where bells are going to be tolled this morning, a single toll. And the last time they were tolled like this, indeed, was the death of King George VI on the 6th of February, 1952. And I was wondering this week, when we had this sort of massive outpouring of public grief, not only in Britain but throughout the world, what other member of the royal family, what other person in the world would this happen for?
And one does wonder when the Queen Mother
I think the Queen Mother, I think Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, maybe is the only one. But I wonder, even then, will the shops close as they are? I mean, everywhere in London, everywhere throughout Britain, all shops are closed this morning until after the funeral has passed, till about, I think, 2 o'clock this afternoon they're going to open. It takes something for commerce to come to a standstill in a country like the United Kingdom.
I mean, it's sad that the other day the bell rang at Lloyd's of London. Didn't ring, I should say, at Lloyd's of London, and that hasn't happened for as long as people could remember.
And there will be a moment's silence everywhere. They're expecting Heathrow.
At 11:45, people are being asked to observe a moment's silence. We used to have some years ago on a Remembrance Sunday, or Remembrance Day, the November the 11th, whichever day this occurred upon, at 11 o'clock, everything would come to a stop for 2 minutes. And you'd see buses would stop in the middle of the street, taxis would stop, gentlemen would take their hats off, because people used to wear hats years ago. In that, but it's fallen by the wayside. People don't take too much notice of it now. I think today we will see a silent Britain at 11:45.
I think it has something to do, though.
I was just going to say, we could talk for a moment about some of the dignitaries invited, but it's a very special kind of list of dignitaries. For example, President Clinton of the United States will not be here. His wife, Hillary, will be here. She arrived a little while ago. We have some pictures of her arrival. We understand that when they heard the news, they were out at a social event, they embraced one another, left immediately, and then President Clinton issued a statement the next day. They, of course, had met Diana a couple of times on her visits to Washington, and she traveled in a social circle there that included Catherine Graham of the Washington Post, and Catherine Graham is expected to be here in the audience at Westminster Abbey this morning. Elton John will sing. We've heard about that one. And we know that a few other special guests, heads of charities, and indeed disabled and victims will be here as well. So this is a very special occasion. as Brian mentioned earlier, they're calling it a unique funeral for a unique person, and that might well be because they just didn't know what to do with this funeral. It's not a state occasion in the traditional sense, but so far as the public is concerned, it is a state occasion.
Indeed, had it been a state funeral, it would have been so much easier for Buckingham Palace, for everybody, because they have precedence, and as Bonnie said earlier on, everything in royal circles goes by precedent. They refer back to the files. They knew exactly who would have to be invited. They would know the timetable, they would know the seating plan. But now, because they had to take into consideration the wishes of Earl Spencer and Lady Sarah McCorquodale, Lady Jane Fellows, Diana's sisters, for their wishes, and Mrs. Frances Shen, her mother, of course, as you say, that's what they're going to have to do. They've got to do it completely, play it by ear.
And not
very, very quiet out on the streets of London. Let's just listen to that silence for a moment.
Was one of the more extraordinary things as people lined up, even for 11 and 12 hours, to sign those books of condolences at St. James's. It was silent. You know, so many people there, and there was warmth and, you know, bustling around with such huge numbers of people, but there was not even a solemnity, just genuine sadness. People really either got choked up or wanted to be quiet, and looking at the flowers and the messages. So many of those messages saying, I hope you're happy in heaven. I hope you look down and see how much we loved you. God has taken his angel. You know, very religious.
As outside Westminster Abbey, the first members of the congregation arriving. Now these are the invited guests, and then the various groups of VIPs begin to arrive at certain times.
The music they're playing beforehand, for those who are sitting in there, I mean, things that Elgar's Nimrod, Albinoni Adagio, Pachelbel's Canon, it will be just so difficult.
It'll be very interesting to see how Elton John manages to perform, because he is a very emotional person. We saw him at Gianni Versace's funeral being comforted. He was by Diana, he was sobbing almost uncontrollably. And all his professionalism will be brought to bear now. Luciano Pavarotti, I believe, said that he couldn't come to sing. It was too emotional, he couldn't do it. He had to stay at home to grieve in private.
The last word we heard on that yesterday was that he would be here.
Be interesting to see if he does.
They say that they're going to release the single of Elton John's new version of Candle in the Wind. Bernie Taupin wrote some new lyrics, because obviously the first version is all about Marilyn Monroe, Goodbye Norma Jean. So they've rewritten the lyrics, Goodbye England's Rose, and it will be released. I bet it's #1 in this country in a day.
And all the proceeds, I think, are going to one of Diana's charities on day, I believe so.
Beautiful pictures from outside Buckingham Palace and the gates of St. James Palace, and we are just maybe a minute away now from the first look of the coffin being borne from St. James Palace onto the gun carriage, and then out onto the Mall and down from Kensington Palace, I should say, and then out onto the route leading to Buckingham Palace.
You know, it's interesting that Diana and Charles made their home in Kensington Palace, because when the Queen first proposed that they would go to live there, Prince Charles said, oh gosh, no, not the aunt heap. He calls it the aunt heap because so many of his elderly relatives live there. The oldest tenant at the moment is Princess Alice, Duchess of Gloucester, who is 96, just a year younger than Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother. But there are quite a few elderly ones still living in there.
It's a beautiful place. We couldn't get near the grounds this week. The media was not allowed inside. But several members of the general public went in, and mountains and mountains of flowers all around Kensington Palace this week from very early on.
And people, well, Canadians would be interested to know, right on the gates on the front of Kensington Palace is a very large Canadian flag, and in the corner it says, "We miss you too." The other one in front of Kensington Palace, the note that struck me was a note that said, "Thank you for treating us like human beings and not criminals." Signed, the lads of Dartmoor Prison.
Isn't that amazing?
And from AIDS patients and from kindergartens.
Well, you're talking about Canada, and Diana was asked some years ago, what's your favorite photograph of all the millions? She was the most photographed woman in the world, and her favorite photograph, and she told me, was taken on board the Royal Yacht Britannia in Toronto. Do you remember when she
I know exactly
the
that one.
When she embraced the boys.
She embraced the boys. They'd only been away for 10 days, but, you know, come and, this is your mother, come to me, boys. That was it.
I think that's my
6
favorite
horses of
photograph
King's Troop. Pulling the gun carriage. As the mournful bell begins to sound, the Westminster Abbey bell will toll every minute from the beginning of the procession.
What we can see here are the mounted troopers of the King's Troop, the Royal Horse Artillery, and they come from their headquarters in St John's Wood in North London. They're still called the King's Troop in spite of the fact that we have a female on the throne, because when King George VI went to see them, he said, you can call yourself the King's Troop, and the Queen, when she came to the throne, said, they will remain the King's Troop in honor of my late father.
That's nice.
The Welsh Guards will also participate in this. The Welsh Guards, of course, in honor of Diana, Princess of Wales. They will be pallbearers, 8 pallbearers, as a matter of fact, from the Welsh Guards and some orderlies as well.
And Diana herself visited the families of the Welsh Guards in 1982, just a year after she joined the royal family, after the Falklands campaign, when so many Welsh Guardsmen lost their lives on board the Galahad. So she had a very close affinity and association with her Welsh regiments.
There was some talk of William and Harry staying at Kensington Palace last night, so I don't know if they did or if they ended up going to St. James.
I think they're probably staying with their father, who actually lives, as you know, now in York House in St. James's Palace. In fact, his apartment is right alongside the Chapel Royal, so number 30, and I think that's probably where they stayed last night.
And the Princess of Wales still has an office there at St. James's Palace also.
One thing we note from our television crew and from others around London, black tie is the accepted dress this morning for males in London. Hearing the crowds outside, waiting for that moment when we first see the coffin draped in the royal standard.
You mentioned black tie. Everyone, you know, across the city all this week, even girls, you know, that the only black dress they'd have would be a cocktail dress, and they'd wear that, you know, with a little cardigan. The dress of mourning is being observed all week across London.
But I understand that in the funeral procession itself, even members of the royal family, the male members, won't be wearing formal mourning coats. Because it is a people's funeral, they're actually going to wear dark lounge suits, I believe.
Three horses at the front of the cortege, the lead driver and the sergeant commanding.
Leaving her home for the last time.
And the procession led by members of the Metropolitan London Police. Directly through the center of the picture there, you can see the coffin, the royal standard, covered in wreaths, Spencer family wreaths. And we now have our own reflections of this young woman who traveled through these streets, left this gate many times, and given her buoyant nature, she was probably going out to a restaurant, to a party. This time, she leaves Kensington Palace for the last time for Westminster Abbey, and then to her burial ground at Althorpe. Just at the gates of Kensington now, and you'll soon see the troop turn out onto the street. And then the long 2-mile procession begins, and it will move very slowly at this pace. It's a small procession to begin with, but then the walkers join at St. James Palace, about halfway along to Westminster Abbey.
What so often happens after someone dies, of course, is everything wonderful is said and stories come out about them. And what's interested me, given how public Diana was and how often she was followed, are the stories of her private acts of kindness, the number of times she would phone up one of the shelters she supported in the evening. Perhaps, you know, she was lonely, but would go then to visit AIDS patients or to visit the homeless. The stories told by
Just listen to the people, tears in the background here.
Throwing flowers.
Flowers being thrown.
But the widow of Hugh Lindsay, who was killed in the avalanche while they were skiing, said Diana, who she barely knew, phoned her, you know, every Sunday night for years afterwards.
What a dramatic moment. Loud sobs, loud sobs from members of the public as that coffin was first viewed as it came through the gates of Kensington Palace. Look at these crowds now. They're expected to be about 100 deep all along this route as it moves down toward Buckingham Palace, the Victoria Memorial.
It is remarkable, and I'd like Brian and Bonnie to come in and talk about this. The effect that Diana had. People are saying, you know, she was a movie star type, you know, they say Marilyn Monroe or Eva Peron or some kind of charismatic character. She had no necessary role in particular, particularly now as not a member of the royal family, and yet she seemed the personification of elegance and compassion.
I guess her beauty, too, took her a long way in a sense that, you know, made her that much more appealing to people. And I think her search constantly for some sort of recognition or people that felt that she was compelling in their lives. And I think her charity work to her was quite sincere.
And her vulnerability.
I think vulnerability, you put your finger right on it. This was the thing. People, first of all, saw her, didn't they, in early days very much as a clothes horse, as a fashion icon, if you like. Younger people identified with her in that way. But in later life, certainly when she took on more serious issues like the anti-personnel mines campaign and AIDS, cancer sufferers, and children's benefits, and even the elderly as well, people realized how serious she was. But she was always perceived, I think, as the innocent victim of this very acrimonious marriage breakup. She was always perceived as the innocent victim, and I think it's her very vulnerability that endeared her so much to so many people.
But if you're trying to be a thoroughly modern woman and you marry a prince and you become a princess, and then, you know, at some point you'll be the king's mother, what do you actually do in life? I mean, how, you know, I think she was struggling for a long time to sort of find her way in a world that was very, she wasn't accustomed to you know, not all the traditions of being a member of the royal family.
But she's credited with modernizing them. Now, some people, you know, when she was alive, were very critical of her effect on the royal family, and yet people are saying now they will have to change because of her. She touched people. There is, you know, a new personality and emotionalism.
There's an example of that emotionalism.
See, with Diana, she was the fairy tale princess for which, sadly, there was no storybook ending. And she believed, I think, she believed the fairy tale when she came into the royal family, and she was disabused of that very harshly and very suddenly. And I think people will forgive her all her little peccadillos and foibles. Anything she did was a minor fault when you weigh it up against the huge advantages and the wonderful amount of good that she did throughout the world.
The procession comes down Kensington Road, Kensington Gall, and then on to Hyde Park.
And as the Queen mentioned last night, which is what I think everybody has thought and has been first and foremost in most people's minds, is that she was an extraordinary mother. Her father once said, I believe, you know, whoever has Diana as a mother will be very lucky. And you saw that her boys were very lucky and so loved.
And loved her. I mean, well, I think Charles, though, is a warmer father than he perceives, than we perceive him to be. And I'm sure in many ways that she actually taught him how to be a better father and how to be more warm and, you know, touchy with his own children.
Because his upbringing had been
a little stiffer.
Very stiff.
She always was the most tactile of women. Yes. And I remember speaking to one of her ladies in waiting a few years ago, and she said, "Oh, Diana, she loves to hug and kiss." She said she'd hug and kiss the dustman if she thought he deserved it, and who knows, maybe she did on more than one occasion. I think what's very poignant about the funeral procession at this stage, Lloyd, is the fact that it's so small. This is not a huge state occasion, is it? We're not seeing military bands and processions of dignitaries from all over the world. There are fewer than 50 people in the procession at this time, and I think she looks so lonely, doesn't she?
Yes. No trumpets, no fanfares, no drums. And now there will be many more people join that procession on foot when it reaches St. James Palace. But you're right, it's not the kind of huge state occasion we've seen here in the past for things like Winston Churchill's funeral, for example.
It looks to me as if they've narrowed the roadway, haven't they, to allow
yes.
more people to stand. What are they standing, 50, 60 deep, perhaps?
Well, I was trying to count, as a matter of fact, and it's different in different places.
The feeling was definitely that a military funeral and all those accoutrements, which you'd usually expect with a state occasion or even a royal occasion, would be inappropriate for Diana, that even though she was Colonel in Chief, was she not of the Princess of Wales Regiment and associated with others, that the campaign for landmines and other things, she wasn't really a military style.
We should remind people that she had relationship as Commander-in-Chief to some regiments in Canada as well. And of course charities across the world.
The Spencer family would have had a lot to say also about the size and the style of this procession too. I think this is how they felt that she would want it, and this gave it a more ordinary feeling, a woman who touched the ordinary people, and more so than the royal family.
Well, it seems from the beginning the Blair government has insisted that this be a people's funeral for what they describe, and what we've seen plastered all over newspapers and television screens this week, the phrase "People's Princess."
That one and Queen of Our Hearts. Those
Queen
two
of Our Hearts.
Are the phrases you see everywhere on almost every placard.
The Welsh Guards have been, the Welsh Guards, I was just going to say, Brian, have been brought off duty to be pallbearers in this procession.
See, when she, going back to what you were saying about Canada and Diana's love affair with your country, I can remember her saying at a reception I was at a couple of years ago, no more than a couple of years ago, when they were still apparently happily married. She was asked what sort of a job she thought Prince Charles could do well. And she said, well, ideally, wouldn't it be lovely if he could be Governor General of Canada and we could go and live there and take the boys? That's what she actually said. I mean, she would have loved it. She loved to go back there. She also told me that she found that Toronto was the safest place she'd ever been in her life. Now, what she actually meant by that, I'm not quite sure, because, you know, there are no-go areas in most big cities, particularly in London, New York, and places like that. She said Toronto, she'd never felt safer anywhere than she did in Toronto.
Well, that kind of arrangement would have solved a lot of problems for Canadians. Let's just listen now for a moment or two here to the clippity-clop of the horse's hooves and watch with our own thoughts as the cortege moves toward Hyde Park. Where the cortege will turn through Queen's Gate and into Hyde Park itself. And in Hyde Park, 2 giant television screens are set up so that people can view the procession. So the crowds in London this morning are scattered because many of them are taking the opportunity to watch this on television screens. So Hyde Park at this hour is jammed with people.
The effort to accommodate the interest in this has been extraordinary, from putting up the screens to finding shelters and toilets for people who've been waiting to extending the route. The courtesies have been extraordinary, where everybody has joined in a communal effort to pay their respects to Diana and honor Diana and do what they can for people who've flocked to London to be here and be part of it and to witness it.
I thought a lovely gesture also was on the part of Mr. Mohammed Al-Fayed when he sent some of his workers along to St. James's Palace to hand out free drink and food and refreshments to those people who, as you said earlier, have been queuing for 10 or 11 hours waiting to sign the books of condolence. That was a lovely gesture on his part, I felt.
Yeah, I agree. It's been a difficult week for them.
It has been a very, very difficult week for him, and I think, as the Queen said in her speech last night, her heart and the hearts of everybody goes out not only to Diana's family, of course, but also to Mr. Al-Fayed's family and the chauffeur's family, the chauffeur who died.
And prayers will be said for them in Westminster Abbey.
They will indeed, yes.
Hello, why are we getting the recorded voice of Leslie Jones doing stuff out of Toronto? Along a familiar landmark route, Hyde Park.
Where, of course, a great tragic event took place some years ago when the Household Cavalry were parading on their way to Whitehall for changing of the guard, and of course an IRA terrorist bomb blew up and killed so many of them at that time, almost at the point at which the gun carriage is passing at this present time. The Royal Albert Hall there in the background.
The Princess visited Royal Albert Hall just a short time ago to hear Luciano Pavarotti sing for one of her favorite charities. And of course, she was a frequent rider in Hyde Park.
Hyde Park's just adjoined to Kensington Gardens, so it's a green space that goes from one to the other, and Kensington Palace was just at the western end.
Of course, every morning you see horsemen and horsewomen galloping up and down there in what is known as Rotten Row.
The crowd is said to be 20 deep this morning along this route near Hyde Park. Flowers still being thrown.
I guess for some people it doesn't matter if they actually see the procession. If you're 20 deep, it's just being there and being able to throw a flower, or because I can't imagine they could see very well.
The gates of the Abbey opening, and the first members of the congregation are beginning to file in through the great west door. Now, some of you who have been to London on various occasions might not recognize the face of the Abbey this morning because it has been cleaned and spruced up. It looks great, in fact.
It's the most extraordinary experience, isn't it, it's like a contradiction in terms, to hear the silence, to actually hear the way that people are paying their respects. And I heard a voice crying out just now in the background, "Goodbye, Diana."
The service is a beautiful service, which you'll be seeing, I guess. It starts in just about an hour and a half from now. The hymns, obviously specially chosen. Diana's favorite, which starts off, "I vow to thee, my country." Readings from both her sisters. They chose special poems to read, which will be obviously enormously difficult for them, and a tribute from her brother, Earl Spencer, who actually lives most of the time in South Africa. And people saw his statement right after her death, which was full of anger at the media. And he's returned and has taken a very strong hand in the planning of the funeral services. There will be no royals who will speak at the funeral. But the Prime Minister, Tony Blair, will also be speaking at the funeral.
And of course, it was Tony Blair who actually coined the phrase, wasn't it? The people's princess.
I read one article that's credited a writer named Julie Burchill for coming up with that, as she described Diana years ago. People have been searching, I guess, for the genesis of that, because that phrase has caught on.
We watch the coffin, we think of the times we've seen her. Those large, luminous eyes, the tall, willowy blonde, taken in the prime of her life at 36 years old. Perhaps, some said, just at the edge of the first real happiness she has known. Came from a broken family, difficult life, into the royal family, separation, divorce, and now death. A tragic heroine at such an early age.
The coffin is covered with the Royal Standard by express permission of the Queen. The Queen herself is the only person who is allowed to have the Royal Standard, or if anybody else has it, they have to have it with her agreement. There was no hesitation whatsoever. It was on her own initiative that a Royal Standard was draped over the coffin while it was resting in front of the high altar.
And it was
in the
placed
Chapel
immediately
Royal.
on it,
Immediately
as
on
it came out of the
no.
hospital in Paris.
Yes. Otherwise, it would simply have been the Union flag.
Looking down into those leafy boulevards so familiar to central London.
You see, the foot soldiers there are actually marching, not in a quick march and not in a slow march, somewhere in between, which is very sensible, because if they were to march all that distance with a slow march, they would be physically exhausted before they got, several hundred yards, one imagines. But it's a very sensible way not to do it too slowly, but indeed they're doing it at a very dignified pace.
There was a famous broadcaster named Richard Dimbleby. His son works in broadcasting here in Britain now, David, and he used to spend time identifying the horses in the King's troop at these kinds of occasions, because he said they have to be so well schooled, so well trained to cope with the noise and the crowds. Not the noise in this particular occasion, of course, but there is the throwing of flowers. But on other occasions where there's great crowd disturbance, these horses have to move through at a dignified pace.
The way they train them actually is that they take them out onto a parade ground and they get volunteers with dustbin lids and cymbals and trumpets, and they blow up bags and a lot of fireworks just to make sure that they are fully trained. But what they've also done this morning is they've taken them out since dawn and given them a good run out, so that in fact they're a little bit tired out. They're not going to be they're not going to be too frisky. They also do this prior to the trooping of the colour ceremony parade at the Sovereign's annual birthday.
It would be very similar to how the RCMP, Royal Canadian Mounted Police, train the horses in Ottawa.
Procession's about halfway along Hyde Park, on the way to Hyde Park Corner right now. Of course, there was that dramatic moment at Queen Victoria's funeral in 1901, which many of us have read about, where the horses bolted, and indeed they had to turn the coffin and the cortege over to naval ratings, and they dragged the coffin through the streets of London, and that set that tradition in place for many, many years.
It did indeed, they still have that today, of course, and if the next royal, fully true state funeral we're going to have, you will see the coffin, the gun carriage being drawn by naval ratings. It's happened, for 96 years now, and it will continue to do so.
Right, indeed, not this time, because this, as we've said, is not a true state occasion funeral, so the horses are pulling the gun carriage.
One of the things they did immediately this week, apart from organizing the funeral, was to set up a special trust in Diana's name to particularly look after her charities, presumably as funds increase, and I think response has been extraordinary. ultimately, I guess her boys would be involved in maybe looking at and directing things, and that was part of the idea.
I went to the Chapel Royale on Tuesday night with when Sarah Ferguson went with her mother, and I think it's probably one of the more extraordinary moments in my life that I will never forget. And I had a feeling, it was like being with family. It was a very, and I don't know why, it's almost an unexplicable feeling you get in the pit of your stomach. And even as I watch it go down today, it's quite unbelievable.
And indeed, with all the criticism there's been in the past of the Duchess of York, I mean, she went there and spoke from the heart and prayed, I believe, over Diana's coffin. She was the first to do so.
Well, they shared an extraordinary relationship, 17 years.
Interesting that during the course of this week, many of those visits to Diana's coffin were not photographed. Sarah Ferguson's visit was not photographed. The Spencer family has, of course, indicated to the tabloids and the tabloid editors their extent of unhappiness over this tragedy. And the controversy over that will live for a long, long time.
Well, there were 6 of the tabloid editors, I guess, who were invited pro forma to the funeral, who were disinvited. Please don't show up, from News of the World and The Sun, etc., who'd printed so many of the tabloid photographs. So Earl Spencer was the one who made sure that they would not be there.
You see, and yet at one time he had ambitions to become a reporter himself, and used his royal connections to get a job with NBC as their royal correspondent at one time. So it really is a case of a poacher turned gamekeeper in his case, it seems to many people.
Well, he himself suffered as well. His wife was photographed when their marriage was in trouble. I think he felt it was so intrusive, it was part of the reason they moved to South Africa. In Westminster Abbey now, where the guests are starting to gather, many famous people who knew Diana were friends with her. Sting is there, Pavarotti is there, Hillary Clinton, as we mentioned, Katharine Graham, the publisher of the Washington Post.
I saw
inside the Abbey now.
I saw David Frost and his wife, Lady Karina, going in just now, and they were greeted by Dickie Attenborough, Lord Attenborough, of course, the producer of Chorus Line and Gandhi.
And she was godmother, I believe, to David Frost and Lady Karina's.
She was indeed.
Godmother to many children, just loved children. And there was a wonderful story. I saw an American couple being interviewed, and Diana had looked after their son when she first came to London and was working at the kindergarten as well. They had no idea that she was an aristocrat. They said we were working class Americans. She was so gracious and lovely and kept in touch with them. They were invited to her wedding. She visited them in America and invited them later to Kensington Palace just a couple of years ago, as the boy had grown up. And she said, "Shall I curtsy to you?" Diana said, "Oh no, I hate formality," and gave her one of the famous hugs.
I have a friend whose child, there we can see Rain, her late ex-former stepmother, just going in there.
The former stepmother, right, arriving at Westminster Abbey.
And with whom, their relationship, I believe, had just gotten better in the last year or so.
Since the death of her father, Earl Spencer, their relationship was supposed, they'd had lunch many times and were reported to be much closer. They were not that close while she was her stepmother and she was growing up.
Well, I think her nickname, they used to call her Acid Rain.
Reading the notes on the bouquets of flowers as she moves toward the Great West Door.
It's Lady Thatcher arriving with Dennis.
Prime Ministers, ex-Prime Ministers.
Prime Ministers and ex-Prime Ministers, archbishops, all arriving side by side. There we are, Mrs. Thatcher, closer look with Mr. Thatcher.
And movie stars, too, as we mentioned. Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman have arrived, along with Sting and his wife, Trudy Styler. Tom Hanks is there. Steven Spielberg is there.
Beginnings and endings all marked at Westminster Abbey. Moments of great joy and celebration, moments of deep sadness. This is the core, the heart, the soul of British life.
Where Edward the Confessor was founder and is buried, dedicated in the name of St. Peter. And at one point, I guess it was the late 1500s, I was just reading this anecdote that they were taking some of the money from Westminster Abbey to help at St. Paul's, which is where that expression, robbing Peter to pay Paul, came from.
It's been the center since William the Conqueror, indeed, tried to establish his claim to the throne by riding up the aisle at Westminster Abbey. And there are those who will say that Diana's connections are truer than many others because of she supposedly is related to William the Conqueror. Traces back that far, and I see Bonnie nodding her head at that.
There's only one place that you're not allowed to walk in Westminster Abbey, and that is over the tomb of the unknown soldier, which was an idea that started, I think, with a vicar in World War I, and I guess was dismissed, and finally they decided that it would be, you know, a very fitting memorial. And so they bore in remains of a soldier and buried them. And that's the one place, that's the one stone, one place you can't walk in Westminster Abbey.
Well, that's a nice touch, isn't it? They've got some soldiers, former ex-soldiers from the Chelsea Hospital, the famous Chelsea pensioners in their scarlet tunics and their cocked hats, all going in now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 of those, most of whom now, of course, are veterans from the Second World War.
Well, that is a nice
Many of these people coming in are friends from Diana's public life, or public life, private activities, world of fashion, world of music.
Versace, Gianni Versace's brother and sister are to be at the funeral.
That is the tomb of the unknown soldier there, surrounded by poppies, which we could just see, the one you were talking about.
That's her brother, Earl Spencer, in that car. And he has been the principal person in arranging the family side of the funeral.
And I'm sure that had its difficult moments with the two families having their own difficulties, you know, as in-laws.
Well, the Spencer and royal families must have been estranged for a long time through the many difficulties over the years.
Yes. And it was, I guess, particularly difficult for Diana's sister, Jane, who's the oldest of the sisters, because she's married to Sir Robert Fellows, who's the Queen's private secretary, and obviously a very key element of the royal family. So during all this time, I think, you know, it would have been, she would have been in an even more difficult position.
The service for which this
has caused great difficulty over the years.
The gentleman in the dark suit who's having difficulty walking there with glasses, you can see him there, that's Lord Hussey. He was Marmaduke Hussey. He's the husband of Lady Susan Hussey, who is the oldest serving, longest serving of the Queen's ladies-in-waiting, who is in fact on duty today. It's her turn. And Duke Hussey is a former chairman of BBC.
The service, as we were told the other day, will be a blend of the traditional and the modern. Poems to be read by Diana's two sisters, tribute by the Earl. And we'll hear the BBC singers and an array of music which should move the heart of all listening this morning.
And special prayers that have been written and special elements that have been introduced, including a hymn at the end that was written fairly recently for the death of a young woman by someone named John Taverner. And it starts louder and goes very quiet at the end, and it's at the very end of that hymn, May Flights of Angels Sing Thee to Thy Rest, that there will be a minute's silence.
Fascinating, Valerie, when you think of it, that this whole service was put together in the space of 48 hours in a crisis situation, whereas most other state funerals, there's a book, and the book is lifted out from the funerals of Edward and King George VI, Sir Winston Churchill, and the pattern is followed. This is very, very different.
Diana herself had, of course, left her wishes, hadn't she, in her will. I believe she let it be known the form that she hoped that the service would take, if not the, not the exact detail, obviously.
Well, if anyone, and I'm sure many Canadians who visited London have visited Westminster Abbey, and it's extraordinary to see. We've mentioned so many sovereigns are buried there, famous, British politicians from Gladstone to Disraeli, even William Pitt, other, Sir Isaac Newton is buried there, Darwin is there, which I think some people found surprising given the controversiality of his views in the church. David Livingstone is buried there. And then in Poets' Corner, so many of the great artists of England. And if they're not buried there, there are memorials, including to William Shakespeare.
Back out along the funeral route, the cortege with the Royal Standard on its way down South Carriage Drive now to the thick ranks of mourners. Said to be 20, 25 deep at this hour. More and more people coming into London. Now, can you tell, Brian, it looks as though there have been fringes sewn onto the Royal Standard to distinguish it from the normal standard. Did you catch that when...
Yes, I did, and I think it was merely because they want the Royal Standard itself is probably not big enough to cover the coffin in its way. That's why they've sewn the fringes onto it. Yes, Richard Branson, great friend of Diana's, of course, just coming in. First time I can remember him wearing a tie. And this
Paddy Ashdown.
Paddy Ashdown, the leader of the Liberal Democrats.
He's the leader of a Liberal Democratic Party, as they call it here.
And Lloyd Axworthy, we can just confirm the Foreign Affairs Minister has arrived in Westminster Abbey for the service as the representative of Canada.
Yes, he would be in this group. We have to tell you at this time that we are not in control of these cameras. Otherwise, we would be taking close-ups of any Canadian dignitaries arriving. But this is what you might call a kind of pool coverage, which we're sharing with other broadcasters. And they give us wide general shots, and you can get a look at the dignitaries as they come in with other people.
And all the broadcasters have agreed that during the service itself, they will not show any close-ups of Prince William or Prince Harry or Prince Charles or other members of the royal family, apart from Lady Sarah and Lady Jane when they actually read the lessons.
That's right, and that was quite a concession, in fact, because the tab editors, they themselves have been disinvited to the funeral, but also the photographers from the daily papers here and the television producers were wondering how they were going to cover this without getting close-ups of the families. So it will be very interesting to see what happens during this service.
See the former Archbishop of Canterbury, Robert Runcie
is arriving, and George Carey, the current Archbishop, will be the one who's participating in this service.
The next group should be members of the royal family, minor members of the royal family first. Cabinet Secretary Sir Robert Butler, he's the tall figure with the gray hair right in the center there.
But because this isn't a royal funeral per se, it isn't that the
Robin
heads...
Cook, the Foreign Secretary, and William Hague, the leader of the Conservative Party, the new leader of the Conservative Party.
Not all the heads of the royal houses of Europe have been invited, just people who had a particular connection and friendship with Diana.
John Prescott, the deputy leader of the Labour Party there, shaking hands as he moves in.
And as I mentioned, there will be a prelude of music, the organist playing.
You just see moving through the door Sir Edward Heath, the stooped figure, gray hair, moving through there. Sounds like it's a state funeral in the old sense, doesn't it, when you talk about the numbers of people arriving here and the cabinet dignitaries and so forth?
But not many representatives of government and not full representation of the royal
Now there
family.
is the man we know in Canada as Sonny Jim Callaghan, now Lord Callaghan of Cardiff, former leader of the Labour Party.
On his left, his wife, and on his extreme left is Baroness Jay, his daughter-in-law, and just behind them with the glasses on, that's Ivor Richard, Lord Richard as he is now, who was Britain's ambassador to the United Nations in New York for many years.
At one point, I'd heard that they were going to be removing the flowers from Westminster Abbey for security purposes, and that they would keep them and return them, but that they would move them. But obviously, they decided that they wouldn't. And here, I think we see the gathering of the walkers.
Yes, this is the walking procession. They're moving around the back of St. James Palace, ready to join the procession. And then you'll see the march down the Mall, that famous picture we've seen time and time again.
Diana was patron of 110 charities, and they were all asked if 5 walkers could come, so that those will be the people who walk behind her. They will then go on to a service inside St. Margaret's Church, which is just beside Westminster Abbey, where they can pray, and they can also watch the proceedings that are going on in the Abbey.
It's a perfect autumn morning here in London, isn't it? It's an Indian summer. It's fresh, there's not a cloud in the sky. It's what they actually call Queen's weather, you know. This is the Queen's weather.
Procession being pulled by dark bay horses. You can hear the rumble of the wheels and the clippity-clop of the feet. We'll see if we can hear a bit of that.
Is that a card on the front door?
Card with a floral memorial on the front
Yeah,
of it.
the crown of white roses.
Crown of white roses.
With the name Diana on it.
Tom Clark is at Hyde Park, where crowds have gathered to watch those 2 giant television screens. Tell us about the mood there, Tom.
Lloyd, it is absolutely remarkable. The cortege is just passing by Hyde Park Corner now. And there are literally hundreds of thousands of people here, and what strikes you about it is the silence. There is barely an audible whisper in the crowd as the cortege...
Tom, I'm just going to interrupt you for a moment because we're seeing pictures on the screen here of Dodi Al-Fayed's father, Mohammed, and Mrs. Al-Fayed going into Westminster Abbey. All right, we'll just get a look at them, and then we'll go back to you, Tom. What a sad week it has been for these 2 people.
They buried their son on Sunday evening immediately, which is appropriate within 24 hours. And he's visited his son's grave many times, and there will be prayers said for his son during the service today.
And Harrods, of course, is closed down all day today. The only other time this century, apparently, was at the funeral of Winston Churchill in 1965. This is the Speaker of the House of Commons, Ms. Boothroyd. Hang on, Tom. We'll be going back to you in a second here, the moment we get pictures from the processional route again. The great Abbey Bell as we come up to 10 o'clock London time. And at that time, of course, we'll also... Applause for Luciano Pavarotti. Obviously gripped with a deep sadness as he enters the Abbey. He said he was grieving too much to be able to come here earlier in the week, certainly grieving too much to be able to sing.
Yeah. His companion is with him on, I guess, the right, wearing the glasses. They did many charitable events together, Diana and Luciano Pavarotti.
Great mountain of a man.
They did a concert.
Premier singer.
He did a concert in Hyde Park when they all got soaking wet, and Diana was there, and afterwards they shook hands with each other. And he said, your hand is cold. And she said, your tiny hand is frozen is my
This
favorite
is Paddy
aria.
Ashdown again. He's, we're getting another look at him. He's head of the Liberal Party. And David Steele, the former leader of the Liberal Democrat Party, coming into the Abbey now. Now, these VIPs are being directed to seats, but the rest of the congregation, friends of Diana's and members of charities, can be seated where they wish.
We saw entering just a little while ago one of her good friends, Jemima Khan, who's married to the Pakistani former cricketer star Imran Khan. She did a fair bit of charitable work with them. There are many pictures of her visiting their hospital.
All right, as we look at the procession again, Tom, if you're still there, continue to tell us about the mood at Hyde Park. We're getting a look at the mass of crowds as the procession moves by Hyde Park.
Lloyd, it's incredible. Literally by the hundreds of thousands now, people are streaming towards those giant Videotron screens to see the rest of this coverage. As people are passing me now, Lloyd, there are people in tears. They're carrying flowers. And as I said, the mood of the crowd is so remarkable. It is so quiet here. People aren't talking. They are just moving slowly, quietly. The crowd has been remarkably restrained, remarkably orderly. There was no pushing, there was no shoving. And as I said, the simplicity of the cortege as it passed, I think, caught everybody's breath. Of course, it will get larger when it goes by St. James's Palace, but on this part of the route, as you've been saying, it has been a rather simple cortege, and I think the simplicity of it is what caught everybody. But right now, I'm looking at crowds, as I said, by the hundreds of thousands streaming, very quiet, families together, many people carrying flowers. Some wanted to throw them onto the road as the cortege passed, but people in the crowd actually quietly asked others not to do that.
Tom, we've just seen a picture of the Duke of Edinburgh leaving alone in the car. And we're seeing Elton John now, who will sing at this service, as we've said.
And there's George Michael coming up as well.
George Michael, the singer, on the right there. And he has rewritten that famous song he sang for Marilyn Monroe, Candle in the Wind, and that's what we'll be hearing during the service.
Actually, and David Furnish there as well, along with Elton John and George Michael. And the procession of walkers gathers together. You can see them now starting to come out.
We just had about 533 at last count for that procession. Ah, and what a moving picture this is. These are Diana's people, the charities. Tom, if you're still on the line, and I'll take a chance that you are.
Yes.
We heard audible sobs from people when they caught the first glimpse of the casket outside Kensington Palace.
Oh, very much the same mood along the rest of the route by Hyde Park, Lloyd. As I said, there were people sobbing as the casket went by, and they're still crying now. And I suspect if I read the mood of this crowd properly, that type of emotion is going to continue for hours to come, especially as they gather to watch these giant TV screens here. I think that the other thing that struck me, Lloyd, was the way that people are dressing. There are many people here dressed in black. This is truly people participating in the people's funeral. One small note, Lloyd, I was standing across from a hotel about an hour before the cortege came by, and the hotel staff suddenly emerged carrying silver tea sets and serving tea to the crowd outside. All in all, it's a scene that I have never witnessed before in my life. It is utterly remarkable.
This event has crystallized the emotion and the focus of this country. This woman who, you know, in her life received an enormous amount of attention, but some criticism, much comment, speculation, and rumor. In death has done something to this country, and indeed, you know, we've seen this echoed around the world. But the response in the UK has been extraordinary.
Other Americans invited to the funeral this morning: Dr. Henry Kissinger and Katharine Graham, Washington Post, from the Washington social circle frequented by Diana when she visited the U.S. Capitol.
Now, Mother Teresa, as you undoubtedly heard, also died. And there were many pictures broadcast of when she met with Diana. And Mother Teresa, I guess, is almost the symbol of giving and charitable work. It's interesting, that hands-on approach, though, and the fact that Diana is so credited with being able to reach people through her touch. And
I think what it is that prior to this, you see, members of the royal family have normally been just a name on a letterheading. With her, she took a very practical approach. I mean, a hands-on approach, as you've just said. Princess Anne, the Princess Royal, also does this, but in a very different way. You wouldn't see her picking up a little starving child and being photographed because, as she said, she didn't do, in her words, stunts. Now, it wasn't a stunt as far as Diana is concerned. It was a perfectly natural thing to do, as it was with Sarah, Duchess of York. You know, they like kids, they like people, they're tactile people. And I think probably because they identified so closely with people, that people like Diana, a woman like Diana, was able to do so much good because people felt that she was approachable. Mm-hmm. They weren't afraid to talk to her. With the royal family, normally people don't converse, they only answer questions. With Diana, they could say what they liked when they liked.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that comes from growing up in more or less an ordinary household?
Well, I'm quite sure. I mean, the fact that she hasn't been trained from birth to keep a stiff upper lip. I mean, when the Queen was 21, when she was Princess Elizabeth, she said, "I have been trained never, ever to show emotion in public." Well, I don't know why. It's not a weakness, is it? Tears are not a weakness.
And certainly when she gave
We've certainly learned that this past week, haven't we?
Well, and it depends. Maybe, you know, during the Battle of Britain, that with everybody wailing and crying, it's part of the tradition and that strength that's borne them through many times. And it's interesting to hear this week so many Britons wondering what's happened to them. Have they become Californians, you hear on phone-in shows? You know, where is there a real change that's taken place here?
But I think
Prime Minister Tony Blair and Mrs. Blair now entering the Abbey, and he has been at the center of the planning for this funeral. Indeed, there is a press aide of Tony Blair's, who is a former editor of one of the major newspapers here, who is said to have his finger on the public pulse, and he knew that there would be this outpouring of grief for Diana.
He will be reading the lesson, which I guess so many people have heard at funerals. Tony Blair, at funerals and weddings, Paul's letter to the Corinthians, which ends, you know, the greatest of all of these is love. That's the lesson that he'll be reading today.
Well, I think the Prime Minister has done a great job in his whole role, and he's taken he's taken a back seat to it, takes no credit every time he's been asked how much influence he's had on the Queen.
Just behind them, of course, is the actor Tom Conti, who again was another great friend of Diana's and is here in a personal capacity. There's Tom.
Mm-hmm. And Sherry Blair in front of him. The proceedings will begin with the singing of the national anthem. Once everyone's in place, the first thing that will happen is they'll sing God Save the Queen.
When you look down that long aisle, it's hard to imagine, isn't it, that over 3,000 people buried beneath the flagstones and countless others commemorated. This abbey is, in essence, a giant mausoleum.
Ah, that's the singer Krista Berg.
There's Dr. Henry Kissinger,
with Lord
former
Snowden
Secretary of State,
alongside
with
him.
Lord Snowden alongside.
He took so many of those stunning photographs of Diana.
Krista Berg is one of the singers that they talked about performing today also, and in the end it was Elton John who...
Dr. Kissinger was with Diana at a fundraiser. Lord Attenborough there, Richard Attenborough.
Who indeed was the man who advised Diana about her television performances. He was the one who actually coached her how to behave in front of the cameras.
He did a good job. Sheila Sims, his wife, Clive James, one of the representatives of the media, a personal friend of Diana's. Again, the editors of the major papers have been invited, and the publishers, but not the tabloids.
And just again, these people are listening to Martin Baker, who's the sub-organist at Westminster Abbey, as he plays, you know, a selection of music. That's Ruby Wax, I think.
That is Ruby Wax.
Extraordinarily sad music, as we mentioned before. Things by Algar, who's buried there.
Her Majesty the Queen, Prince Andrew on the right there.
Princess Anne, I think.
Princess Edward on the far left.
And the Princess Royal.
And Princess Anne. Other members of the royal family are leaving Buckingham Palace now into the courtyard.
They've actually come out through the Privy Purse entrance, which is something I've never known a member of the royal family ever to do before. That is the visitors' entrance, where people like you and me would go if we're going on business. I've never known a member of the royal family to come out of that entrance before.
Well, the word unique has perhaps been overused on this occasion, but when you think of this one, people, they are out here to watch a procession, not to participate in the procession.
I saw Princess Margaret there also, and Lord Linley, Lord Snowdon's son, and Peter and Zara Phillips, the Princess Royal's children, of course, are there as well. In fact, they're all there. The whole of the royal family has turned out.
And Philip went earlier in the car. Where will Sarah Ferguson join them? Because she'll be sitting with the Duke of York.
I believe she's there. I haven't seen her yet on camera, but they were all at the palace last night and had dinner.
They're the little girls.
It's Lord Linley.
Princess Alexandra in the center there.
Duke of Kent, Prince Alexander, and of course Angus Oglesby, whose elder brother, the Earl of Airlie, is the Lord Chamberlain, who's been responsible for organizing the ceremonial here.
As we go back to the route, let's call in Steve Murphy, who is along the processional route and has been talking to some people. Come in, Steve.
Yes, good morning, Lloyd. We're here at South Carriage Drive near Hyde Park Corner, and I must tell you that the mood is almost impossible to describe. As you've seen, a huge throng of people here and just about everywhere in central London this morning, and yet the atmosphere really more like you'd find in a place of worship, a church, a cathedral perhaps, and in that sense, I think the whole city has been transformed into a cathedral this morning.
Steve, have you talked to some people along the route, and what are they telling you about the morning and their feelings and their connection to the princess as they see it?
We've heard a number of very interesting comments so far this morning, Lloyd. One is that the Queen's comments yesterday may have done a great deal to bring the morning process to the crescendo we're seeing this morning. I think there's general satisfaction, certainly among many of the people I've spoken with this morning, about what Her Majesty had to say yesterday. We've also heard this morning from a number of people who said when they awoke this morning they had no intention of coming, and yet they came, and they made a very last-minute decision to join the throngs here in central London. But clearly the affection for Diana, it would be impossible, I think, at this stage to exaggerate the way that the people of London and the people who are lining the route here feel about this woman, someone whom they feel has been able to touch them in a way that very few public figures have, and certainly in a way that very few members of the royal family have. And I think that may be the most remarkable thing. We stop to consider Diana was born a commoner and did not die a member of the royal family. And these people are here to mourn the fact that they will never see her smile, they will never see her style, they will never see her like again.
Steve, we're looking again at pictures of the royal family standing from outside Buckingham Palace. You, of course, are a prominent broadcaster in Atlantic Canada. The news must have hit there with shock. People must have been disbelieving when they first heard about it, because there is a real royal connection there and has been for years.
Well, certainly, Lloyd, I happen to be in downtown Halifax, which, of course, as you know, is a city very deeply rooted in British tradition. The city of Halifax, of course, in many respects, has tried to emulate the City of London over the years. I happened to be in a large public place when the news came, and the place suddenly fell to a dead hush.
And it was very much the same sort of reaction that we're sensing here in the streets of London this morning. It is almost hard to believe that so many people can make so little noise. And in that way, it's a very, very sort of surreal reaction here, as it was in Halifax last Sunday morning.
Mm-hmm.
There's the Duchess of York, Sarah Ferguson.
Right in behind. And her daughter's right out in front beside their grandmother.
Thank you, Steve Murphy. We'll get back to you a little later, we hope.
Thank you, Boyd.
She'll take a very quiet, reserved participation today.
Inside the Abbey, other arrivals now. This is Madame Chirac, the wife of the French president. President Chirac is not here, but he spoke movingly about the princess in the immediate aftermath of the tragedy last Saturday.
The tributes from around the world, including, Nelson Mandela and Bill Clinton, were extraordinary. And how she touched people and what they felt her legacy was, what could be learned from her, and her ability to reach out, and the emotionalism and the vulnerability and the sense of struggle. And so many, we said, all ages. Oh, there's a little princess.
That's Beatrice.
Beatrice. The daughter of the Duke and Duchess of York.
Prince Andrew.
And Princess Margaret there, and the Queen.
The whole royal family out here. Viscount Linley is on the right there, behind the Queen.
The Duchess of York's mother is in the crowd also, Mrs. Susan Borantes, who does live in Argentina, but has known the royal family through the Spencer family for 35 or 40 years and is actually quite a close friend of the Queen's.
And they were obviously surprised by the scale of public grief brought on by the death of Diana.
Absolutely overwhelmed by it and grief-stricken themselves.
The gun carriage is now coming down Constitution Hill, which is the road that leads down from Hyde Park Corner to the entrance to the corner of Buckingham Palace. They'll be going actually past the Queen's own private apartments, and they're within a couple of minutes now of meeting the royal party.
Interesting, the Queen last night talked about how she admired and respected Diana for keeping her sense of humor and her good nature through good times and bad, as she put it.
Well, there's been, you have to acknowledge that it was not a happy story. It was not a happy marriage. It was not a happy ending, that there was a rift, that, her royal title was taken away from her. There was a cleavage, although all reports indicate that Charles and Diana were creating an accord. They would have appeared, I believe, at the decommissioning of the Royal Yacht Britannia together with the boys, and that was proceeding and healing. But there were other rifts in the royal family that hadn't reached that stage.
But I've also noticed that there's been a call this week for the title of Her Royal Highness to be restored posthumously, and it would be, I think, a very welcome gesture.
Would it?
If the Queen
Would that be appropriate afterwards?
It might be felt by some people to be empty, but there has been a call for it. And the Queen, it will be, I'm quite certain it will be considered quite seriously.
Well, it was quite a sensitive point with Diana during the divorce proceedings, and I would think that she would welcome it.
To have it back?
To have it back, because it was something that she did want to keep that. And
well, it gave her the cachet, certainly, for her charity work that would have been a help to her.
It was always said that if she was alive when Prince William comes to the throne, probably his first act would be
to restore
the HRH to her title.
Yes. Because I wonder if doing it now would be felt, well, you took it away. You took it away.
It might be nice for the boys, though, to have it returned to their mother.
Even though it is not a state funeral, the procession moves at a stately pace, back looking at pictures from outside Buckingham Palace. Again, you have to marvel at that scene. They're standing to watch as this procession moves by. They are not in the procession themselves.
I haven't seen the Queen Mum yet, the Queen Mother, who just turned 97 this summer, but she will be at the funeral.
It's probable, Valerie, that she will travel by private car as the Duke has. He's heading up the Mall, probably at the church by now.
It must be quite a difficult day for the Queen Mother. You know, when you see young people like this so tragic, and the mother of your great, grandchildren suffering, and so much has happened to the monarchy in the last 10 years in particular. And she must wonder herself, where will it go from here? You know, how will it change things, and how many of those changes will I live to see at this point, or have any say in?
And of course it was Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, who took Diana under her wing when she first came into the royal family. When she was engaged to Charles, she took her in to stay at Clarence House and actually put her through her paces, taught her how to curtsy properly, how they should walk down the aisle at St. Paul's Cathedral, and sort of gave her on-the-job training, I suppose, for being a royal princess.
Well, a lot of people in Canada felt that Diana was more in tune with the nature of the Queen Mother than other members of the royal family. The gregariousness, the easy smile, the approachability.
And the love affair with the media.
And the love affair with the media.
Well, they've just watched now. That's the procession going by the royal family at Buckingham Palace. And they've just had their first viewing of the gun carriage with the casket on it as it passes by them at Buckingham Palace, on its way now to head down the Mall, past the Victoria Monument, first down the Mall towards St. James's, where the walkers will be waiting to join the procession.
And there's some pretty deep irony in this one, too, because when you think, here they are about to head down that pink tarmac of the Mall, which in previous times has been the scene of the funerals and great state occasions for royalty. And now Diana, the divorced princess, will be carried by gun carriage down the Mall.
What a dramatic life. I mean, people talked about how cinematic all this is, this dramatic, hideous, tragic end. But, you know, who can't not see her in that golden carriage as fairy tale princess in virtually this absolute same situation? And Lloyd, you were here covering that wedding in 1981. I was at home with millions of Canadians with a baby on my lap and a glass of champagne in my hand. You know, dark outside, watching this fairy tale wedding taking place. And now this, you just sort of look back in the dramatic events. It was just, you know, such a short time ago, 15 years of marriage, the two boys, and then much unhappiness and rumor and speculation.
It says mummy on it.
Oh,
it says
the crown of
Oh, it
roses
says
with
mummy, that's it. We've been trying to get a look at that sign, and there it is.
Oh, isn't that
A simple card on the first of those wreaths.
And now there's a piper.
A lone piper playing a lament for the departing princess.
Let's hear this Scottish lament sounding out from across the crowd. The gun carriage turning now onto the grand processional route of the Mall. And again, Valerie, those images come back from 1981 when she moved through here in that glorious procession cheered by throngs on either side. This morning, it's mourners. 20, 30, maybe 100 deep by now.
Standing silently.
Gathering around that Victoria Memorial, standing silently, some audibly sobbing.
And there are the boys and Charles.
As they wait to join the procession at St. James Palace.
And also Diana's brother as well, Earl Spencer.
So it seems as if the men in the royal family and the Spencer family are actually going to walk in the final part of the procession, and the ladies will all be taken by car to the Abbey to await them.
There's the Duke of Edinburgh as well.
William.
There's some question, I would think, as to whether they're going to actually join the procession here. They're walking down the area just around St. James Palace.
Just to the front of that line that we've seen gathering of the representatives from the 110 charities of which Diana was patron.
Prince William, spitting image of his mother, 15 years old, tall, handsome young man.
And Harry, who we mentioned, is just over a week away from his 13th birthday. And both of them, I guess, will go off back to school fairly shortly, and life will continue on. William to Eton and Harry to Ludgrove. Standing beside Earl Spencer there, their uncle.
CTV's Donna Friesen is out along the route as the crowds gather, and we look at pictures of Prince Charles and the two young princes. Donna, tell us where you are and what's happening there.
St. James's Palace along the Mall, where people are standing 10 to 12 deep, waiting, of course, for the cortege to pass. It's remarkable that a crowd this size is so silent. The reverence has existed here, that feeling of reverence since about 6:30 when I arrived this morning, but it was striking how it increased at 9:08, which was the moment that the cortege left Kensington Palace. Many people have transistor radios. They're listening to the broadcast. They're aware of what's happening. The sound alone of the clip-clop of the horseshoes along the pavement, just through the transistor radios, was enough to move many people here to tears. So now, of course, the anticipation is seeing the coffin, the cortege itself, and Prince Charles and the two boys.
Thank you, Donna.
As we see the Duke of Edinburgh, Prince William, Earl Spencer, Prince Harry, and Prince Charles stand by and wait. The procession, the gun carriage with the coffin on it, moves down the Mall. I mean, North Americans say Mall. It's hard to say Mall, but that's the pronunciation.
It is. I fall back into Mall every so often.
I think it was from a mallet from croquet was the original way that the pronunciation, came from. But and the crowd just silently wiping away tears. Not really any wailing or carrying on. It's quiet.
Did you notice also that Prince Charles was wearing a dark blue suit and not grey or black? And I think this is a personal choice to show the privacy of a very public occasion and how informal and unique this ceremony is.
And the heartbreaking card on the front of the coffin, inside a little wreath of white roses, a crown of roses that we could see just says Mummy, a note from her boys.
Perfect autumn morning in London. Sunshine, cool. Nice day to be outside, in fact, and millions have made that decision.
When you see the crowd's reaction like that, I'm sure people must think, if this can happen to her, then you just feel so vulnerable yourself. She was a princess. It was supposed to be a fairy tale. She dies so tragically. It's so difficult.
you know, still many questions to be answered about how it was that a princess could die like that. One comment I was making earlier was that you see many young women in the crowd. We've said all ages, all colors, shapes, sizes have come to mourn and bring flowers. But the ones I saw most often in tears were young women, maybe between 15 and 25, who seemed to be able to identify with this struggle to find a place, with her vulnerability, with her admission of foibles, with her disappointment in life and her search for love and her struggle to find a place to contribute. And also, of course, I guess her love of sons and the fact that she was such a great mom.
Now down the road toward the Mall for that group, including the Duke, Prince Charles, Prince Harry, Prince William.
Such a difficult
and
moment
the Earl
for them.
Spencer.
I think it's very nice to see the Duke of Edinburgh there, though. I think that's quite a nice...
It is indeed, 76 years old now, and just before they walked out, in fact, I saw Prince Charles lean down to Harry and say, "Mouth, are you all right?" Harry just nodded his head.
Again, that tall young man in the center is Diana's brother, Charles Spencer, the Earl Spencer.
The youngest in the family. The girls were the oldest, and we'll see them again during the service. Lady Jane Fellows, who's 42, Lady Sarah McCorkadale, age 40, then Diana, who was 36 years old, and Charles, the heir, who followed along behind, and much was made of the fact that all these girls had come and they were anxious for an heir.
The scene now complete. The mourning complete. The two young princes walking behind the coffin of their dead mother. These are members of the charities, over 500 people here.
And each charity, I guess, held a lottery or found some way that they could possibly, you know, do it evenly or equitably or fairly, because so many people would want to be there. There were, of course, many charities she supported where the patients weren't even strong enough to be able to come, and the staff had to come because these people were at a hospice and dying or so ill. But obviously, you know, within those organizations, it would be considered a huge honor to be part of this.
Interesting that one of the charities she supported was called Relate, which tries to mend broken marriages.
Interesting, too, is, as you pointed out earlier, Brian, that it's respects from the people along the route.
The Jewish community.
Yeah, the Jewish community.
Yes,
there
now...
would be holding services today.
Yes, the other day we noted in a press briefing that when they passed the main synagogue, that the rabbis would come out and pay tribute.
What I was saying was that it's the men who are walking behind, and not women.
That's a very old British, certainly, family tradition. Normally, it's men only to funerals, always, certainly for the interment, even if they go to the service. And you always find, well, you certainly did in the past, that you know, you often see in the obituary notices, gentlemen only, please. But this, I mean, it wouldn't really be appropriate for the Queen and the other members of the royal family to all straggle along behind.
I think
it looks more dignified just having the royal princes and Earl Spencer.
It's very nice.
The Duke of Edinburgh had many differences with Diana, of course, And he once said to a couple of friends at a party, the trouble with her is she's too much like me.
You see the crowds along here, and this is where the crowds have been gathering and lining up to sign those books of condolences all week. I mean, we heard of, 11-hour waits, and they increased the number of books, doubled and tripled them, and still people would come and wait. And every night the crowds increased outside St. James's. This is Westminster Abbey, West Oregon.
Mrs. Shand Kidd arriving now, Frances Shand Kidd.
Diana's mother.
Diana's mother, yes. And she said the other day, "I thank God for the gift of Diana, her loving and her kindness, and I return her to him."
Other members of the family, of course, right at the back wearing the glasses is Sir Robert Fellows, the Queen's private secretary, with his children.
And Diana's two sisters, Sarah and Jane, along with their mother. And they will both be reading poems that they've selected as part of this service.
Unfortunately, Diana and her mother had not really spoken for almost a year.
Well, her mother gave a magazine interview and was paid for it by Hello Magazine, people will know. And in it, she did criticize her daughter and Charles for their admissions of adultery and said she agreed with HRH being taken away from her. And I think Diana was very upset that her mother had done that and been paid for it.
Think of the sad background here. Mrs. Frances Shand Kidd separated from her husband when Diana was 6 years old. Donna Friesen is out on the route, and Donna, you have just seen the crowd and their reaction when the entire procession passed by, Diana's coffin followed by the boys. What was the response?
Well, Lloyd, the overwhelming response in the moment was just complete silence, and, silent tears from some people. No one said anything except one woman who on the other side of the street yelled out, "We love you, William," and that was it. He, of course, as he walked past us, had his head bent quite far forward, obviously, trying to get through what will be another mile, I guess, of this incredibly difficult moment. I have someone here who's in the crowd who, if you like, can pass along his thoughts. He's here with his wife and two children. To give you a sense of what some people from this country are feeling at this moment. His name is Alan Green. He's here from Wimbledon.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Tell us about why you decided that you had to be there to be part of it, to be part of those throngs, as opposed to being home watching a television.
I think overall that for an extraordinary woman who really wanted to lead an ordinary life in many ways and bring up her children in a very ordinary way, to come to an extraordinary funeral where you bring out people from all walks of life and all colours, all creeds. I suppose I'm left with an abiding feeling that no matter whether you're Jewish, Muslim, Catholic, Protestant, or whatever, or no religion at all, I just hope that your God could let her know just what happened subsequent to her dying.
To note the Queen Mother
and things like that. That's really why I came. Just
driving by car to the Abbey.
It will never happen
I'm sorry,
again.
sir, I didn't want to interrupt you. Keep going.
It's okay, I just say it's a light which we'll never see again, I fear. It reminds me in many ways of the death of Marilyn Monroe, like a star going out and things like that. And all the other analogies of the Alphaids in Paris and Edward VIII dying and things like that, and his home all occurring in Paris seems lots of coincidences. No, it's an occasion that you just couldn't possibly miss. So those are my feelings anyway. You want to be passed back to your lady now? I can't hear you.
Thank you very much for talking to us.
I'll pass you back to your colleague now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for listening to me. Bye-bye.
Procession now turning into the Horse Guards Approach Road, and it will shortly move through Horse Guards Parade. And that was one of the many royal occasions Diana witnessed. In fact, she was there just a few days after her marriage, and that was the same day a man shot blanks from a pistol at the Queen. Just a starting pistol, though. Made a lot of noise, caused a lot of confusion, but no other problems.
So the next people to arrive at the Abbey now will be the royal family, apart from the very senior royals who will be seated last.
Now that's a huge parade square, not filled up this morning, and perhaps the reason for that is you can't see very well if you're 20 back in that huge square. So people seem to have converged in great numbers around the Victoria Memorial, Buckingham Palace. And as Tom Clark indicated earlier, they're packed in at Hyde Park looking at those two huge television screens. So I suppose now that people have an opportunity to view it in other ways, there isn't quite the same urge to get out on the street, especially if you can't get a decent enough view. However, a lot of people are there this morning, as someone indicated, Valerie, just because they wanted to be there to get out to participate in the occasion.
Yeah, it's a communion sort of thing. It's
Yes,
interesting, this gathering of crowds, that people feel compelled at night to come out, to be together, to go to these places, Kensington Palace and James's Buckingham Palace, to Althorpe, to the church there, to be together and with other people. I guess it is part of the grieving process, why we do this. This is why these traditions have been built up over the years, that we need to be together, we need to reach out. When you mourn, you know, we go through these things and there's a reason for them. And the gathering together of people, rather than isolation, is very much a part of that.
And could there be a more poignant picture than that? The boys with their father, with their grandfather, walking behind the casket of Diana.
She was to have spent this week in London with them. She was returning, you know, from her holiday to be with the boys this week and get them ready to go off to school.
If you think it looks rather sparse on the ground on Horse Guards Parade itself, Lloyd, the reason is the people who are actually on the parade ground there are there by invitation. They are the people who are relatives and friends of the staff at 10 Downing Street, the Blues and Royals, the Household Cavalry, whose barracks are just there, their headquarters, number 11 Downing Street, the Home Office, all the great ministries, and they have been invited to come and view the procession here. That's why there are so few of them there.
Thank you, Brian. Members of the general public could not go to Horse Guards this morning then?
No, they're on one side. Members of the public can go on the road side alongside the park there, alongside St James's Park. But on this side, on the square itself, where they have the Trooping of the Colour parade, this is invitation only.
Okay, I take back that comment then. That crowds are not as expected at Horse Guards Parade because obviously they are there, but they're not being seen because it's VIP invitation only on that one side.
You're quite right.
And you can see the people following along behind. They were camped outside Westminster Abbey, though. That seemed to be a key spot right from the start. They started camping out there on Wednesday, people bringing their sleeping bags and staking out their positions right outside where the West Door is so that they could see everybody arrive.
And we noted that brief private moment there where a hand was placed on Prince Harry's shoulder as they were going through the dark of the tunnel at Horse Guards Parade as they move out onto Whitehall in the city of Westminster now and down toward Parliament Square and then the Abbey.
It must be something of an ordeal also for the Duke of Edinburgh. He's 76 years old now and suffers badly with arthritis, and it's a walk of, I suppose, almost a mile from St James's Palace, the route they're taking to Westminster Abbey. It's not an easy walk for a man of his age and in his condition of health.
Wiping away tears. I think these are people, I guess, when you see the coffin and see the boys particularly, that's the most poignant.
Mm.
That's the kind of comforting of one another that's been going on all over the world this last week. Our Colin Gray did a report the other night on our newscast of how in Canada people were being counseled on how to deal with their grief. The Queen now leaving Buckingham Palace.
By car to go to the Abbey. And it's shortly now that the Royal Standard will be lowered from the flagpole at Buckingham Palace. Now that
Actually, it'll be the Union flag that will fly at half-mast,
Yeah.
and that will happen
Yeah.
very shortly, just as the car moves through the gate here.
So the Royal Standard will come down and the Union flag goes up
The Union flag
half-mast.
goes up at half-mast, that's right. They call it the Union flag here. We tend to refer to it as the Union Jack in Canada. Union flag has a very different meaning in Great Britain. There it is.
And the crowd applauding. This became such an important symbol, this flagpole. No one would have expected this, and yet it became a lightning rod for respect. And this is unprecedented. Seeing that flag fly at half-mast, it never comes down.
It's the first time in history that that's ever happened, and of course that flag has really become the sort of emotional linchpin for the national grief, I suppose, isn't it?
It's interesting watching the other day when that announcement was made. Some of the people in the protocol corps couldn't believe their ears when they heard that the flag would be flying at half-mast, because nothing like this has ever happened before. Diana is breaking precedent, having a much greater effect in her death than she could have had in her life, unfortunately.
It might be worth repeating, Lloyd, that the reason, of course, why the Royal Standard is never ever flown at half-mast is because it's the symbol of the monarchy, and in Britain the monarchy never dies. Hence the cry, the king is dead, the long live the king or the queen, because the moment of death of one sovereign, his successor or her successor becomes sovereign. So the Royal Standard is never lowered.
That's right. So it would have been well, there was no way under those circumstances that it would be the Royal Standard that was flying at half-mast.
Absolutely
not. A special mark of respect, sure. The Union flag should fly at half-mast.
And how was that worked out? Did Charles insist on that?
He actually wanted it done, but it was the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh, so I understand, who really fought against that. And as the Lord Chamberlain and some of the, members of the protocol, they were surprised for lots of reasons. Also because I think they just simply didn't want it to happen.
All these decisions that we've heard about in the last couple of days have all been taken by the Queen. She has to give her express approval, and if the Queen wants it, it gets done. If the Queen doesn't want it, it simply doesn't get done.
So the pressure for her for that decision would have been enormous.
The cortege reaching the cenotaph now. The salute by the guards. Slight pause here as they pass the memorial to the dead. Just a slight slowing of the pace.
We saw We saw in the Queen's car, along with her traveling to the Abbey, Prince Edward has gone. Andrew went along ahead and is joined by Sarah Ferguson, the Duchess of York, and their 2 daughters, and they've already entered Westminster Abbey. Prince Edward accompanies his mother, and Prince Charles, of course, walking with his sons.
How do they make those decisions about who, when the Duke of York would go into the church versus Prince Edward?
They've had a committee meeting every day since Sunday. It's been a huge committee chaired by the Earl of Airlie, the Lord Chamberlain, and all the various alternatives have been worked out, and it was felt that the Queen and Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, who we see arriving now here, yes, there's the Queen Mother behind with the Queen, that they needed to have some younger male members of the royal family to assist them, and the Duke of York wanted to take his daughters as well as Sarah, and he has entered. I think it's quite right too that Prince Edward should be there with his mother and his granny in that way.
The Queen Mother, the Queen, and Prince Edward.
Queen Mother, 97 years old on the 4th of August, as old as the century. It's been said that she's just waiting for her centenary so she can get that telegram from the Queen.
And that's the Dean of Westminster, Dr. Wesley Carr, who will be conducting the service, who's met her. As we said, Westminster Abbey is what's called a royal peculiar. In fact, it's the Queen's church. There's no bishop or archbishop who exerts authority over Westminster Abbey. The Archbishop of Canterbury is there at the invitation of the Queen to participate in the service today.
You're quite right. She is, in fact, the official visitor with a capital V, which means that she has authority over it. It's an independent church within the Church of England. As you say, it's not part of any diocese.
Because people might wonder why a service like this would be conducted by a dean, whereas an archbishop or whatever, but it is the Dean of Westminster Abbey.
And as you say, the Archbishop is there, but he's there by invitation only.
Wind picking up a little, obviously, as the procession moves toward Parliament Square on Parliament Street now, which is the last leg of the journey toward Parliament Square.
This is Pachelbel's Canon, which is one of the pieces of organ music that they've been playing in prelude to the service for the last hour as the mourners have gathered inside Westminster Abbey.
It will certainly seem like a long walk for the Queen Mother this morning, going up that aisle.
Both of them married inside that church.
You would think they probably wonder sometimes, could we have done something differently? Could this have been a different life or a different way for the Princess of Wales?
The Queen has shown over the last couple of days the great majesty and
strength,
regal nature and strength that is symbolic of the royal family. She is truly the essence of the royal family.
And duty, and the speech yesterday was excellent.
Yes, it was.
Exactly the right tone. There was no undue maudlin sentimentality, was there? I mean, she was
or
sincere.
Falseness.
No falsehood, no falseness at all. You're quite right.
And apparently she wrote it entirely herself, with some help, but it was her speech. It was from the heart.
I think you could tell by listening to it and watching her that they were her words. I think there was an input, certainly, from the Duke of Edinburgh, and I'm quite sure Robert Fellows, the private secretary, would have had a look at it.
Who is the brother-in-law of Diana, married to Diana's older sister, Jane.
What struck me about it was it had none of the stilted phrases that you sometimes hear when she's attending royal duties around.
Or in almost any other address she's ever given.
Yes.
Yeah, because all the others are written for her, you see, and she merely reads them on this occasion, and she was actually reading it. It was on an autocue, you could tell that, because it was because she wanted to get it absolutely right. But I think she performed brilliantly for somebody, certainly, who absolutely hates to be on television.
It's the Queen Mom who's been up in Scotland, I gather. The family gathered up there as they do. It's just near John O'Groats for anyone who's been up. It's the Castle of May, her ancestral home.
It's also one of the more favorite residents of the royal families being at Balmoral, and I think in many ways it couldn't have, the timing of it was that they were there.
Just a note here that the charity workers will move to St. Margaret's next door, where they will watch the service and listen to it.
And for those of you who are listening, to identify this piece of music, this is Nimrod, this Variation 9 by Elgar, who's buried in the Abbey, and this is a really moving piece of music.
And so the stately procession ends in front of Westminster Abbey. The bearer party again, 1st Battalion Welsh Guards, who are charged with lifting the coffin from the gun carriage
of the Princess of Wales. And the Welsh element will be evident in the service and the choice of hymns, etc., mindful of the fact she was Princess of Wales.
Family flowers, with the little prince's wreath to the right, inscribed only on the card, Mummy. Now the scene as this coffin will be carried with great care, very gently, through the great west door of Westminster Abbey. And we are about to come to the principal point, the focus of a nation's and a world's outpouring of grief with the beginning of the service in the Abbey.
With the beginning first with national anthem, as we mentioned, and then the traditional Anglican prayers for burial, special readings by Diana's sisters, Jane and Sarah, and her brother, Earl Spencer, and by the Prime Minister, Tony Blair, special readings selected, and a moment of silence at the end. Big Ben strikes 11. procession led by the Dean of Westminster, that's Dr. Wesley Carr.
Young Prince Harry, there in the foreground. He'll be 13 in 10 days' time.
The music's the Prelude by William Harris.
the Queen and the Prince of Wales laying bouquets at the foot of the catafalque, now draped in blue, bearing the coffin.
We are gathered here in Westminster Abbey to give thanks for the life of Diana, Princess of Wales, to commend her soul to Almighty God, and to seek his comfort for all who mourn. We particularly pray for God's restoring peace and loving presence with her children, the Princes William and Harry, and all her family. In her life, Diana profoundly influenced this nation and the world. Although a princess, she was someone for whom, from afar, we dared to feel affection, and by whom we were all intrigued. She kept company with kings and queens, with princes and presidents, but especially we remember her humane concerns and how she met individuals and made them feel significant. In her death, she commands the sympathy of millions. Whatever our beliefs and faith, let us with thanksgiving remember her life and enjoyment of it. Let us rededicate to God the work of those many charities that she supported. Let us commit ourselves anew to caring for others. And let us offer to him and for his service our own mortality and vulnerability.
Now Diana's favorite hymn, I Vow to Thee My Country, played at her 1981 wedding and at her father's funeral.
If I should die and leave you here a while, be not like others, sore undone, who keep long vigils by the silent dust, and weep? For my sake, turn again to life and smile, nerving thy heart and trembling hand to do something to comfort other hearts than thine. Complete these dear unfinished tasks of mine, and I, perchance, may therein comfort you.
Lady Sarah McCorkindale. Now, the BBC Singers. Words and music by Giuseppe Verdi, which made a great deal to Diana, Princess of Wales. The Verdi Requiem. Lynn Dawson leads the singing. Verdi's Requiem. The princess's other sister, Lady Jane Fellows.
Time is too slow for those who wait, too swift for those who fear, too long for those who grieve, too short for those who rejoice. But for those who love, time is eternity.
King of Love, my shepherd is. Now the Right Honourable Tony Blair, Prime Minister of Great Britain.
Though I speak with the tongues of men and of angels, and have not love, I am become as sounding brass or a tinkling cymbal. And though I have the gift of prophecy and understand all mysteries and all knowledge, and though I have all faith so that I could remove mountains and have not love, I am nothing. And though I bestow all my goods to feed the poor, and though I give my body to be burned, and have not love, it profiteth me nothing. Love suffereth long, and is kind. Love envieth not, love vaunteth not itself, is not puffed up, doth not behave itself unseemly, seeketh not her own, is not easily provoked, thinketh no evil, rejoiceth not in iniquity, but rejoiceth in the truth, beareth all things, believeth all things, hopeth all things, endureth all things. Love never faileth. But whether there be prophecies, they shall fail. Whether there be tongues, they shall cease. Whether there be knowledge, it shall vanish away. For we know in part, and we prophesy in part. But when that which is perfect is come, then that which is in part shall be done away. When I was a child, I spake as a child, I understood as a child, I thought as a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things. For now, we see through a glass darkly, but then face to face. Now I know in part, but then shall I know even as also I am known. And now abideth faith, hope, love, these three, but the greatest of these is love.
Now Elton John, and special words to Candle in the Wind.
Goodbye, England's rose. May you ever grow in our hearts. You are the grace that placed yourselves where lives were torn apart. You called out to our country, and you whispered to those in pain. Now you belong to heaven, and the stars spell out your name. And it seems to me you lived your life like a candle in the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in. And your footsteps will always fall here along England's greenest hills. Your candles burned out long before your legend ever will. Loveliness we've lost, those empty days without your smile. This torch we'll always carry for our nation's golden child. Even though we try, truth brings us to tears. All our words cannot express the joy you've brought us through the years. And it seems to me you've lived your life like a candle in the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in. And your footsteps will always fall here along England's greenest hills. Your candles burned out long before your legend ever will. Goodbye, England's rose. May you ever grow in our hearts. You were the grace that placed yourselves where lives were torn apart. Goodbye, English rose, from a country lost without your soul, who missed the wings of your compassion more than you will ever know. And it seems to me you've lived your life like a candle in the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in. And your footsteps will always fall here along England's greenest hills. Your candles burned out long before your legend ever will.
The tribute by Diana's brother, the Earl Spencer.
I stand before you today, the representative of a family in grief, in a country in mourning, before a world in shock. We are all united, not only in our desire to pay our respects to Diana, but rather in our need to do so. For such was her extraordinary appeal that the tens of millions of people taking part in this service all over the world, via television and radio, who never actually met her, feel that they too lost someone close to them in the early hours of Sunday morning. It is a more remarkable tribute to Diana than I can ever hope to offer her today. Diana was the very essence of compassion, of duty, of style, of beauty. All over the world, she was a symbol of selfless humanity, a standard bearer for the rights of the truly downtrodden, a very British girl who transcended nationality, someone with a natural nobility who was classless, and who proved in the last year that she needed no royal title to continue to generate her particular brand of magic. Today is our chance to say thank you for the way you brightened our lives, even though God granted you but half a life. We will all feel cheated, always, that you were taken from us so young, and yet we must learn to be grateful that you came along at all. Only now you are gone do we truly appreciate what we are now without, and we want you to know that life without you is very, very difficult. We have all despaired at our loss over the past week, and only the strength of the message you gave us through your years of giving has afforded us the strength to move forward. There is a temptation to rush to canonize your memory. There is no need to do so. You stand tall enough as a human being of unique qualities, not to need to be seen as a saint. Indeed, to sanctify your memory would be to miss out on the very core of your being, your wonderfully mischievous sense of humor with a laugh that bent you double, your joy for life transmitted wherever you took your smile and the sparkle in those unforgettable eyes, your boundless energy, which you could barely contain. But your greatest gift was your intuition, and it was a gift you used wisely. This is what underpinned all your other wonderful attributes. And if we look to analyze what it was about you that had such a wide appeal, we find it in your instinctive feel for what was really important in all our lives. Without your God-given sensitivity, we would be immersed in greater ignorance at the anguish of AIDS and HIV sufferers, the plight of the homeless, the isolation of lepers, the random destruction of landmines. Diana explained to me once that it was her innermost feelings of suffering that made it possible for her to connect with her constituency of the rejected. And here we come to another truth about her. For all the status, the glamour, the applause, Diana remained throughout a very insecure person at heart, almost childlike in her desire to do good for others so she could release herself from deep feelings of unworthiness, of which her eating disorders were merely a symptom. The world sensed this part of her character and cherished her for her vulnerability, whilst admiring her for her honesty. The last time I saw Diana was on July the 1st, her birthday, in London, when typically she was not taking time to celebrate her special day with friends, but was guest of honor at a fundraising charity evening. She sparkled, of course, but I would rather cherish the days I spent with her in March, when she came to visit me and my children in our home in South Africa. I am proud of the fact that, apart from when she was on public display meeting President Mandela, we managed to contrive to stop the ever-present paparazzi from getting a single picture of her. That meant a lot to her. These were days I will always treasure. It was as if we had been transported back to our childhood, when we spent such an enormous amount of time together, the two youngest in the family. Fundamentally, she hadn't changed at all from the big sister who mothered me as a baby, fought with me at school, and endured those long train journeys between our parents' homes with me at weekends. It is a tribute to her level-headedness and strength that despite the most bizarre life imaginable after her childhood, she remained intact, true to herself. There is no doubt that she was looking for a new direction in her life at this time. She talked endlessly of getting away from England, mainly because of the treatment that she received at the hands of the newspapers. I don't think she ever understood why her genuinely good intentions were sneered at by the media, why there appeared to be a permanent quest on their behalf to bring her down. It is baffling. My own and only explanation is that genuine goodness is threatening to those at the opposite end of the moral spectrum. It is a point to remember that of all the ironies about Diana, perhaps the greatest was this: a girl given the name of the ancient goddess of hunting was, in the end, the most hunted person of the modern age. She would want us today to pledge ourselves to protecting her beloved boys, William and Harry, from a similar fate. And I do this here, Diana, on your behalf. We will not allow them to suffer the anguish that used regularly to drive you to tearful despair. And beyond that, on behalf of your mother and sisters, I pledge that we, your blood family, will do all we can to continue the imaginative and loving way in which you are steering these two exceptional young men, so that their souls are not simply immersed by duty and tradition, but can sing openly as you planned. We fully respect the heritage into which they have both been born, and will always respect and encourage them in their royal role. But we, like you, recognize the need for them to experience as many different aspects of life as possible, to arm them spiritually and emotionally for the years ahead. I know you would have expected nothing less from us. William and Harry, we all care desperately for you today. We're all chewed up with sadness at the loss of a woman who wasn't even our mother. How great your suffering is, we cannot even imagine. I would like to end by thanking God for the small mercies he's shown us at this dreadful time. for taking Diana at her most beautiful and radiant, and when she had joy in her private life. Above all, we give thanks for the life of a woman I'm so proud to be able to call my sister, the unique, the complex, the extraordinary and irreplaceable Diana, whose beauty, both internal and external, will never be extinguished from our minds.
The hymn, Make Me a Channel for Your Peace. Now the prayers led by the Most Reverend and Right Honorable Dr. George Carey, Lord Archbishop of Canterbury.
We give thanks to God for Diana, Princess of Wales, for her sense of joy and for the way she gave so much to so many people. Lord, we thank you for Diana, whose life touched us all, and for all those memories of her that we treasure. We give thanks for those qualities and strength that endeared her to us, for her vulnerability, for her radiant and vibrant personality, for her ability to communicate warmth and compassion, for her ringing laugh, and above all, for her readiness to identify with those less fortunate in our nation and the world. Lord of the loving, hear our prayer. We pray for those most closely affected by her death, for Prince William and Prince Harry, who mourn the passing of their dearly loved mother, for her family, especially for her mother, her brother, and her sisters. Lord, we thank you for the precious gift of family life, for all human relationships, and for the strength we draw from one another. Have compassion on those for whom this parting brings particular pain and the deepest sense of loss. Casting their cares on you, may they know the gentleness of your presence and the consolation of your love. Lord of the bereaved, hear our prayer. We pray for the members of the royal family, for wisdom and discernment as they discharge their responsibilities in the United Kingdom, the Commonwealth, and the world. Lord, we commend to you Elizabeth, our Queen, the members of the royal family, and all who exercise power and authority in our nation. Enrich them with your grace, that we may be governed with wisdom and godliness, so that in love for you and service to each other, we may each bring our gifts to serve the common good. Lord of the nations, hear our prayer. Diana was not alone in losing her young life tragically. We remember too her friend Dodi Fayed and his family, Henri Paul, and all for whom today's service rekindles memories of grief untimely born. Lord, in certain hope of the resurrection to eternal life, we commend to you all who have lost loved ones in tragic circumstances. Give them comfort, renew their faith, and strengthen them in the weeks and months ahead. Lord of the broken-hearted, hear our prayer. The Princess will be especially missed by the many charities with which she identified herself. We recall those precious images, the affectionate cuddle of children in hospital, her relationship with Mother Teresa, whose death we also remember today, that touch of the young man dying of AIDS, her compassion for those maimed through the evil of landmines, and many, many, many more. Lord, we pray for all who are weak, poor, and powerless in this country and throughout the world. The sick, among them Trevor Rees-Jones, the maimed, and all whose lives are damaged. We thank you for the way that Diana became a beacon of hope and a source of strength for so many. We commend to you all those charities that she supported. Strengthen the resolve of those who work for them to continue the good work begun with her. Lord of the suffering, hear our prayer. And now abideth faith, hope, love, these three. But the greatest of these is love. As we reflect on the princess's compassion for others. We pray that we too may be inspired to serve as she served. Lord, we thank you for Diana's commitment to others. Give us the same compassion and commitment. Give us a steadfast heart, which no unworthy thought can drag down, an unconquered heart, which no tribulation can wear out, an upright heart, which no unworthy purpose can tempt aside. Grant us, O Lord, understanding to know you, diligence to seek you, wisdom to find you, and a faithfulness that may bring us to your eternal kingdom. Lord of the compassionate, hear our prayer. Therefore, confident in the love and mercy of God, holding a living faith in God's mighty resurrection power, we, the congregation here, those in the streets outside, and the millions around the world, join one another and the hosts of heaven as we say together in whatever language we may choose, the prayer which Jesus taught us, saying together, Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. The God of peace, who brought again from the dead our Lord Jesus, that great shepherd of the sheep, make you perfect in every good work to do his will. And the blessing of God Almighty, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit be with you and all you love, now and forevermore. Amen.
commendation.
Let us commend our sister Diana to the mercy of God, our Maker and Redeemer. Diana, our companion in faith and sister in Christ, we entrust you to God. Go forth from this world in the love of the Father who created you, in the mercy of Jesus Christ who died for you, in the power of the Holy Spirit who strengthens you. At one with all the faithful, living and departed, may you rest in peace and rise in glory. Where grief and misery are banished, and light and joy evermore abide. Amen.
And as the coffin is carried toward the Great West Door, words from William Shakespeare's Hamlet. Hallelujah, may flights of angels sing thee to thy rest. half-muffled bells of Westminster Abbey indicating an end to 1 minute of silence across the nation and likely throughout much of the world.
And this is the end of the funeral service for Diana, the Princess of Wales, as her body leaves Westminster Abbey and heads back to her ancestral family home of Althorpe in central England, north of London, where it is she'll be buried.
And out into the bright sunshine of a September morning in London.
It was
the sharp contrast of a city bathed in sadness.
It was described as a unique service for a unique person, and certainly was that, with all elements that were personal to Diana, contributions from her family, special readings, the choice of hymns, the choice of music, as well as the traditional aspects of the Anglican burial service read by the Archbishop of Canterbury.
So again, the Welsh Guard pallbearers now ready to place the coffin in the hearse that will take her toward Althorpe, the long journey home to her final resting place. And it was Mother Teresa who died yesterday who spoke of Diana as one who loved the poor and the dying as she did.
And the saddest spray of flowers on top of that casket, as you've seen as it moved through the streets of London, is the little white crown of roses at the very front with the card that says Mummy. Diana's family will be traveling by train up to Althorpe. The hearse will move along through the streets of London to the motorway and then to the estate. And the royal family will return to Buckingham Palace.
Hearse leaving the sanctuary in London. Out again among the throngs. Jammed around the Abbey. And the crowd in Parliament Square and around the Abbey at various points have been listening to the service through loudspeakers.
and applause. Before the service, there was silence, and now the crowd's applauding as the hearse moves down the street.
Back to Hyde Park Corner, then up through North London. Don't recall ever seeing anything like this before at any state funerals or near state funerals. The applause from the crowd.
It's the first time ever I can recall clapping, but you see, they need to show their appreciation. They're saying goodbye to her. They can't cheer, they can't yell. What they want to do is they're clapping politely and in a dignified manner just to say farewell to their princess. It's a lovely, very moving moment, I feel, and I think it's a spontaneous gesture.
Just looking down there at a moment for the turn to the left that the hearse will make as it turns onto Whitehall. Retracing the route to some extent here. And again, the wave of applause picks up slightly there as people again say their farewell in this unique fashion. That's the hearse going through the arch. And back onto the great parade ground at Horse Guards. At the West Door again.
The Queen about to leave Westminster Abbey, getting into a car with her mother. Prince Charles and the two boys have just left Westminster Abbey, and everyone else is just processing out behind the royal family and dignitaries.
43 members of the royal family in attendance today.
There's the Duchess of York there with the two little girls.
And the Duke coming out. The two children are standing down there at the front. They were quite close to Princess Diana as an aunt. They called her Aunt Duchy. And she had sort of names for, she used to call Beatrice Trixie.
We're getting an even greater impression now of the numbers of people on the streets. You'll hear a lot about crowd estimates, but yesterday they were still talking about 3, 4, 5 million, who knows, but it does look packed, especially in those areas where people could come to watch.
Well, I think it's fairly safe to say, isn't it, Lloyd, that the estimates, whatever they are, it's in the millions.
Oh,
we
well,
are talking about people in the millions, because in Hyde Park itself, there must have been 500,000 people in Hyde Park watching on those large screens as we saw earlier on. There are more people out now than there were for the royal wedding in 1981. There are more people watching here.
people now throwing the flowers out onto the road, which they didn't do before when she was part of the procession leading to the Abbey. It's sort of lonely there, though, doesn't it? I mean, we're used to seeing a hearse followed by streams of cars.
Interesting contrast, because we have the silence and the sobbing coming in, and now the clapping. Never been a funeral quite like this one.
Except I think there's relief after the funeral, and I think it's the part that comforts you. I think afterwards people tend to feel better, and I think they worry about the funeral, and they look forward to it but dread it in a way because it's the emotional high point, and afterwards, you know, is generally when the wake begins, or people gather together and start to talk again.
It's almost as if a collective weight has been lifted from their shoulders, and they felt that they didn't know quite how to behave prior to this moment, and now they've done not all their grieving, but at least they can let off steam a little and show their appreciation.
Well, the formal part is over.
The formal part is over. Now it's the informal part. And Diana was a woman of laughter. She was a woman of joy. And they are applauding, but in a dignified, nice way. There's no shouting out now at all, apart from people saying goodbye, Diana, to her at all.
We should point out that it is just the funeral service that's been completed. You know, there will be a burial service, which, you know,
the interment,
for the rest of her family, that is, you know, part of the day that they still have to deal with, and a very solemn part and a very difficult part.
Your heart aches when you think about it, but here she is traveling so slowly in this automobile. And consider the way she died last Saturday night. That speeding car in the tunnel in France, crashing into a concrete post.
Around Victoria Monument now, just in front of Buckingham Palace. These crowds have been here all week. I mean, not these particular ones, but there have been crowds in this place all week.
Canada Gate there in the background.
And this important symbol, that's the flag over Buckingham Palace and the Union Jack flying at half-mast, which was something that people seem to have demanded, and the Queen responded to this unprecedented move as a symbol of respect for Diana. That flag has never flown at half-mast over Buckingham Palace.
We'll be fascinated to see now whether, in fact, these breaches of protocol will begin to set in place some change within the whole royal family structure of protocol.
I very much doubt whether this particular instance of a break with protocol is ever going to be repeated. I very much doubt if we will ever see the Union flag, the Union Jack flying at half-mast from the flagpole above Buckingham Palace ever again. Once today's ceremonies and ceremonial are over, we will see the Royal Standard returned there if the Queen is in residence, but only if the Queen is in residence, of course. But as regards the other parts of the break with protocol, I wonder, and I think in every respect we're not to salute the royal family and the royal household for, as you said, Lloyd, earlier on when we were talking about this before the funeral began, this whole proceeding has been arranged within 48 hours. Well, they've done I think they've done a pretty good job.
And they'll be able to put this one in the books now. They'll now have a unique style now for a funeral.
We're now setting a precedent once again. This is a precedent for as Bonnie says, for a unique funeral. I can't imagine an occasion when something like this could ever be repeated. I simply can't call to mind now anybody as unique as Diana in the hearts and the affections of the people. I simply can't think so, because there just isn't anybody at the moment, is there?
No.
And never on this scale. I mean, the comparisons have been with Eva Peron, but, you know, that wasn't a global situation, or, you know, when they talk about President Kennedy, but he was, you know, head of government, head of state in the United States, or Marilyn Monroe, film star. I mean, they're famous people whose deaths maybe shocked or touched people, but nothing on this scale.
This is going to go into history, because as all of us who were around at the time remember where we were when President Kennedy was killed, we now all will remember where we were and what we were doing on August the 31st, 1997, when we first heard that Diana, Princess of Wales, had died. It's something that will go into the national psyche, the international consciousness, if you like, of us all.
And quite fitting on this mournful day, the grounds of Buckingham Palace. Green, quiet.
And again through Wellington Arch, and it is only royal cars that go through this arch. Other people in the normal traffic of London divert around it in a roundabout.
And the Duke himself had quite a funeral in London.
Heading into Hyde Park, or toward Hyde Park Corner.
The first commoner ever to be accorded a full state funeral. First Duke of Wellington.
The first Duke of Wellington, right? Mm. We can expect to see on those visits to London that most of us like to make from time to time memorials to Diana cropping up now, one would expect, in London and around the country.
Well, and at Althorpe is the question, which is where they're headed now. Althorpe being the ancestral home of Earl Spencer in Northamptonshire. Diana didn't spend that much time there. Her grandfather, the Earl, lived to a pretty good age, and so she visited obviously as a child, but her father didn't come into the title until she was a teenager. Then she became Lady Di and spent some time there, but her parents were divorced at that point, and she didn't spend a huge amount of time at Althorpe. Weekends, I suppose, as a young girl in London, because it was the great family estate. There's a church adjoining it, St. Mary's, which is where I believe the burial service will be, and there is a chapel there, a Spencer Chapel, where 20 generations of Spencers have been buried. It was her wishes in her will that she'd be buried there, but now more specifically on the grounds of Althorpe, on an island in a lake. So her gravesite will not be easy for people to visit. It's not like Churchill. A lot of people go to Blenheim and they can go into the churchyard at Blaydon and go right up to Churchill's grave, and it's visited by many, many people. One would presume the demand to see Diana's grave will be enormous. They're talking about Graceland in the center of England.
CTV's Roger Smith watched the funeral on those giant screens in Hyde Park. And Roger, tell us what it was like there. What were people saying? How were they responding to the funeral in Hyde Park?
Well, Lloyd, it's hard to believe that a crowd this big could be so quiet. There was an eerie quietness. There were hundreds of thousands of people here watching on the big screens. Most of them had been standing along the route of the funeral procession through the South Carriage Road in Hyde Park. As soon as Diana's coffin went by, they streamed into Hyde Park, quickly settled in front of the screens, and there was a stillness here that was probably as still here as it was in Westminster Abbey. Not a word. It was like these people were attending the funeral itself. There was only applause twice. Once when Elton John sang, and then when Charles Spencer, Diana's brother, spoke. There was a standing ovation when he said Diana had shown in the last year that she didn't need a royal title to do her work. And I think this whole idea, the criticism of the royal family this week, I think Charles Spencer hit a nerve with people, and many people have said to me since that was something that had to be said.
Yes, I'm sure that will go down as somewhat of a controversial tribute, at least a portion of it, Roger, because of the things he said and the forceful way in which he said them. Well, he certainly struck a chord with that crowd, didn't he?
Certainly, the crowd also applauded when he attacked the media and the paparazzi, but there was definitely a ripple of agreement when he made these references to the royal family, saying that it would be the blood family that would look after William and Harry, implying that the royal family would take second place, and suggesting